quorum. Sorry for the delay. So I'd like to call this TTC Board meeting to order. The clerk has confirmed that quorum is present, and I will begin with the land acknowledgement. We acknowledge the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. Does anyone wish to declare a conflict of interest in accordance with the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act? Seeing none, we will move on. The next item is the approval of the meeting minutes of the meeting of February 3rd, 2026. Can I please have a motion to approve the minutes? Thank you, Vice Chair. All those in favor? Carried. As we move through today's agenda, those participating remotely are reminded to submit requests to ask questions, speak, or move motions through the clerk. We will recess at 1 p.m. today for lunch. Let's begin with the review of the order paper. Item 1, CEO's report, April 2026. I will hold this item in my name for a presentation from the CEO. Item 2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting on January 29th and February 26th, 2026. I will hold this item in my name for a verbal presentation from ACAT Vice Chair Debbie Gillespie. Item 3, improving LRT and streetcar speed and reliability. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 4, TTC Special Constable Service 2025 Annual Report. We have speakers on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 5, update to the CEO's delegated authority. I have a motion to defer this item, recognizing that we have a busy agenda to tackle today. Do you have to post it? Okay, so that the consideration of this item be deferred. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 6, financial and major project updates for the year ended December 31st, 2025. Would anyone like to hold this item? Vice Chair. Item 7, fare collection update. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 8, litigation update. Would anyone like to hold this item? Vice Chair. Item 9, collective bargaining update. I will hold this item in my name for a confidential presentation. Item 10, CEO performance and objectives. I will hold this item in my name for a confidential presentation. Item 11, procurement authorization, Wheel-Trans mobile data terminal and automatic vehicle location solution and support services. Would anyone like to hold this item? No. All those in favor? Carried. Item 12, updates to the Audit and Risk Management Committee terms of reference. Would anyone like to hold this item? No. All those in favor? Carried. Item 13, amendments to the TTC Records Retention Schedule, Municipal Code Chapter 219, Records, Corporate, Local Boards. We have a speaker on this item, so I will hold it in my name. Item 14, audible stop announcements on lines 5 and 6 by Commissioner Diane Sachs, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers. Commissioner Sachs, I believe you have an amendment on this item. Would you like to hold the item down, or can we quick release?
As long as we can make the amendment, we can deal with it now.
Okay, so can we deal with that now? Can you just put the amendment up?
So just a quick explanation for my colleagues. The TTC has had 2 orders from the Human Rights Commission going back 20 years about the audible announcement of stops on subways and streetcars and buses, which then created a question, what about the LRTs? And so the David Lepofsky is you can't hear me? My mic is on. Is that better? All right, I'm eating the mic. Let me try that again. Yes, so the David Lepofsky is a blind lawyer. He is an activist for disability rights and accommodation. He brought 2 claims against the TTC in 2005 and 2007, as a result of which the TTC accepted an obligation to do manual audible announcements of stops on the subway, buses, and streetcars if their automated announcement system isn't working properly. Once lines 5 and 6 opened, the question was, did that same rule apply to the LRT? And so proceedings began again in front of the Human Rights Commission on that question. I've negotiated a resolution of that dispute with the assistance of Michael Atlas, with David Lipovsky, and subject to the approval of the Human Rights Tribunal, the result would be that the TTC will do manual announcements of stops on the LRTs if the automated system fails, but the monitoring and reporting frequency will be less so that the net financial impact on the TTC is no worse than it was before, while assuring that people who depend on hearing the stop announcements can hear them. So this is a good result. It's saving us a batch of money in legal proceedings. It's a better result for the disability community, and it reduced some wasted costs.
They have to repeat it in French.
Mais non, je peux le répéter en français.
Thank you. Can you put the amendments on the screen? And I just have one question for clarification. Did the staff review the amendments and they were fine with them?
Yes, David Atlas spoke directly to David Lipovsky. Michael Atlas spoke directly to David Lipovsky at my request yesterday to make sure that all the details were acceptable. And I've got written confirmation from David this morning that he is in favor and requests that we adopt this motion.
Okay, thank you. I'll just take the amendment and item together. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay. Item 15, body-worn camera policy updates to support pilot for station staff. Would anyone like to hold this item? No? Then I'll move the item. All those in favor? Opposed? Item adopted. Item 16, presentation, FIFA World Cup 2026, update to TTC Board. I will hold this item in my name for a staff presentation. Item 17, motion without notice, addressing fluid leaks and mechanical service disruptions to ensure better service reliability on the TTC, by Commissioner Josh Matlow, seconded by Chair Jamal Myers. First, can I please have a motion to add this item on the agenda? Commissioner Sachs, thank you. All those in favor, carried. Commissioner Matlow, would you like to hold the item? Yes, okay. Item 18, a motion without notice, responding to Bill 98, Building Homes and Improving Transportation Infrastructure Act 2026, by Chair Jamal Myers, seconded by Commissioner Alejandro Bravo. I will move the motion to add this item on the agenda. All those in favor? Thank you. We have also two requests to speak on this item from Marvin Alfred, ATU Local 113, and Andrew Pulsifer, TTC Rider. So I will move to waive procedures to permit deputations. All those in favor? Carried. Thank you. If it's okay with the committee, we're just going to change the order paper up a bit. So we'll deal with item 17, the addressing the fluid leaks and mechanical service disruptions, together with the CEO's report at the beginning of the meeting. And then we will go into the rest of the agenda as stated out. In the afternoon session, we'll go right into confidential session to deal with those items. And then we'll go to the regular order, which means anyone who's here for the special constable report likely will be dealing with that item around 3 o'clock, just so you're not here waiting all day. And before I begin and turn it over to Mandeep, well, first I need a motion to approve that. Is everyone okay with that? Okay, perfect. Thank you. Before I begin, I just want to acknowledge some special guests that we have in the room today. We have our very hardworking members of Local 2, who are electrical workers who, whether it is rain, snow, ice, heat, or any other extreme weather condition, actually, if it is an extreme weather condition, they are more likely than not to be out fixing the streetcars or the subways, here joining us today, and I just thought we'd give them a big round of applause. Great. Okay, and with that, we will start. That concludes the review of the order paper. So now we are on to TTC 14.1, CEO's report, and I'll invite Mandeep Lally to address the board.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, welcome to everyone that's joining us here in person, and those joining us here online. Commissioners, I would like to begin with introducing Tom Emery. an overnight bus operator out of a Queensway division. On early morning of March the 31st, Tom was driving the 337 Islington overnight bus when he saw flames and smoke emitting from a rear of a house in Steeles and the Islington area. Tom diligently took unprecedented action upon himself, not only to contact the transit control, but also sometime later, the emergency services. Tom's quick actions ensured that the emergency services got there rapidly. He was also a part of the investigation into the fire, and Tom's actions were also praised by the fire chief this morning, and I want to publicly extend that gratitude from the entire organization to go along with a formal letter of commendation from the divisional management. Tom exhibited the values and behaviors that exemplify the actions of a studious TTC operator. Now, thank you for that. You ready? Okay, so with that, in lieu of the motion for the hydraulic leak, I will go past that at this moment in time. Sorry? You want to go through it? Okay. Well, I've been told I can't go through it now, so I will do. As I've communicated during these incidents, there were two incidents which occurred on the 7th and 10th respectively, where one, they were unrelated. Two, the first incident on Tuesday was a substantial leak of over 200 litres of hydraulic fluid. And post that, due to the length of distance for that leak, it took a substantial amount of time to address the leak, which caused a return to service time to be exacerbated. In terms of the mitigation we put thereafter, straight after, which was to pressure test the hydraulic systems, which we did do on the subsequent leak that happened on RT17. That leak was circa less than 10 litres. So clearly the pressure test did help, but didn't emit the leak. And a rectification of that leak was substantially quicker. I would add both leaks were unrelated. Both leaks would not have been captured by the original recommendations that were placed within TTC from the independent review carried out in 2025 post the incidents in 2024. And the independent review which Hatch will present later on will go through the action steps and what actually failed. In terms of the actual failures, the first failure on Tuesday was a splitter valve, and that was as a result of 3 of the 4 bolts not being torqued correctly and washers being reused, which should be the case. The failure on the RT17, which is an older vehicle, was an OEM failure in terms of the product which was supplied as a unit failed. Again, supplied from a manufacturer who specializes in high pressure equipment. So as a result of that particular failure, well, both failures, I took the difficult decision to suspend the fleet until we conclude the root cause analysis of these failures, and then also in parallel to that, go through the entire fleet. I just want to be clear that we've taken a very transparent approach on this in respect to what we're doing, how we're doing it, and the actions that this will lead to going forward. I've also invited the press down to the garages once we do finalize this, and I open that offer to everyone around this table as well at the same time. In parallel to that, there's some key perspectives in respect to, I will be also with the Chief Operating Officer going to the yards to speak to the operators to understand what their perspective and what they do, how we do it in terms of accountability, in terms of actions, in terms of oversight, and how we take this forward. It's not lost on me that this is the second time this incident has come to the board. But I would state that the actions that have been taken now, under Rich Wong, the Chief Vehicle Officer, under the purview of the Chief Operating Officer, are unprecedented in respect to understanding better on the new cars and some of the old cars, how we maintain them based upon the challenges and pressures they face. I wanted to touch upon that, and I know Hatch will go through this in a lot more detail, technical detail and depth. But I didn't want to begin by not acknowledging that and the impact it had on our customers during last week before I finally get it going to the CEO report. So with that, I will now follow through on the CEO report. So if we flick the first slide. Okay, well, I'll start with the high-level basics in terms of scheduled hours. What the scheduled hours don't actually reflect, and I've asked the team to look at this, is a breakdown in terms of, while here it shows they've increased year on year. However, I've asked the team to break this down by streetcars, by construction, by congestion, and rides and off-peak services. So we have greater clarity on how we're planning and scheduling works, our service going forward. As you can see, it has been increasing, but we need to understand the why that drives that. What I would also like to make very clear, we encountered an unprecedented Canadian winter during this period, which was my first winter, which I thought was normal, but I was informed that's not normal.
It's worse.
It was extremely cold. I can vouch for that, having been out on some of these issues. So the service hours have increased. Work to do in terms of breaking that down to understand the drivers behind that. Positively, the average speed has also increased, which is, again, a testament to the team in terms of, one, the due diligence, two, the way they do the maintenance, and three, the planning they've done with the city in respect to, in readiness for this weather. And again, following through on the bus cleanliness, higher scores than we've had. This was in Q4. We've had from the previous period, so incremental increase there. Again, moving swiftly through in terms of the crowding perspective, crowding standards, you'll see we've got 2.5% of full trips compared to August, which is 1.7. So more of our trips are full, which is positive. The crowding, again, was at 120% in terms of the standard. Again, slightly up, but we're managing it in terms of how we go forward. And then you see the pull through in respect to the 10-minute network and the non-10-minute network. Again, pulling through into the right areas that we need to, but there's still some further work to do there. And then finally, looking at the transit stops, shelters, and accessibility, moving in the right direction, 82 more to be done. So all in all, we're providing more service, faster, cleaner, and we're improving accessibility. That said, we've still got more to do in respect to wayfinding, which is coming through from our customer satisfaction reports, and something we're driving forward for FIFA as well, which just Chief Strategy Officer will touch upon. We're also pushing forward with TSP in terms of transit priority measures, in terms of looking at that, what we do and how we do it, how we extrapolate that forward. We've made some great headway, excuse the pun, on line 5 and 6 in respect to those speeds in a very, very short period of time. I'd just like to take a moment to recognize both teams that have done that, because we're working from a 20-plus-year-old standard, driving that forward, not only just for the customers, but also the pull-through which that will have on streetcars as we go forward. Next slide. So in terms of OTP, on-time performance, again, in terms of the particular weather conditions encountered, this was extraordinary to allow this type of to provide this type of service, and this was only possible due to the due diligence and planning the staff had done with the city to ensure we provide the service for our customers during this time. I spoke about service availability again. We're now hovering at 100%. Before, last several periods ago, it was a lot higher. So again, the adaptive supervisory analysis in terms of what we do, how we do it, is coming through. And then finally, if we look at the mean distance between failures, that ensures that the reliability of our maintenance is pulling through on the performance and allowing us to deliver the service that we deliver. Again, all trending in the right direction. I'd just like to take a moment to just reflect upon the unplanned minutes. You will see the incremental change in unprecedented conditions in terms of what the teams have been working through in terms of February and August, in terms of reduction in staff-related issues, reduction in equipment, and that hasn't happened by accident. It's the due diligence the teams have been working through in order to do that. That allows us to have the on-time performance, allows us to have the positive mean distance between failures, and allows us to provide the service to our customers. That said, we are still looking at further initiatives for the winter, this winter coming, to ensure we improve and build upon these going further. Next slide. In terms of bus metrics, safety and security, we are getting better, but we are by no means there. We still have a lot to do in respect to the actions we have. If you look at customer injury rates, we can see there's been a slight drop, but if you look at the year on year, there's been a slight 1% increase. This is related to falls. Again, we're looking at initiatives in respect to what we can do in line with our operators, particularly during the season where we know the floors are wet in respect to the vehicles and how we decelerate, and then pull into stops. The lost time injury rate is consistent of 48 actual instances. This is driven by slips, trips, ergonomics, and trauma-related reporting, which we are really capturing now in great vigor. A subsect of this is year on year, there's been a 43% decrease in injuries related to assaults, threats. So that is definitely trending in the right direction in terms of the steps we're taking, but there's more to do. The offences against customers, again, in respect to getting back in terms of where we were in August, but again, some work to do there. And again, offences against employees, which we'll touch upon in terms of one of the initiatives we're looking at is obviously the body-worn cameras, which is proven significant in respect to working through that. That doesn't negate all the work the teams are doing on a multidisciplinary approach with the city, TPS, TVH, streets to homes, and in combination with the reorganisation of the special constables and the provincial offences officers into the chief operating officer's domain to look at how we use that in greater vigour and depth to benefit our customers going forward. Next slide. Customer boardings. When you look at the table on the left, it doesn't show the actual true picture of what's occurring. What is actually occurring there, if I just sum it up in a few words, is there's a modal shift. You'll see that while bus boardings have dropped 9%, they've been absorbed largely by the new lines opening. So there's a modal shift in respect to what is happening. And if you relate this to where we were in the fall last year, we were down -6%, whereas now we're edging back to -2 year on year. So that it shows the flavour in terms of the customer behaviours as line 5 and line 6 are taking shape and matures in terms of the service we provide. In terms of the customer satisfaction, you'll see slightly below scores for both customer satisfaction and net promoter score. Again, these were taken in February in respect to some difficult, challenging conditions, and the feedback that was coming through was in respect to cleanliness, and there were some washroom items that came through that we're looking at as well. Right, next slide. So finally, looking at the overall performance, I'll touch on customer boarding. You'll see there's a 1% increase, which falls into the work the team are doing in respect to looking at travel patterns. More customers are doing shorter trips and also utilising their 2-hour transfer more effectively, albeit we need to do some further work within that. In terms of revenue rides, it would be amiss of me not to acknowledge the difficult start to the year in January and the year-to-date impact of being 8 million below budget based upon the revenue rides. Overall customer satisfaction, which was taken in February, has dipped. Again, if we look at the trends for February, they're challenging. From a sneak preview of March, they're trending in the right direction. And again, on-time performance overall, you got the numbers there for February, again, within very difficult, challenging conditions. One of the items we'll bring forward on the next on-time performance when we go through for Subways is how we dissect it in greater granular detail. And we'll be able to show the AM, PM peaks and the actions and steps that the team have taken to really go through service, train by train, minute by minute, and analyse what we're doing, how we're doing it, and you'll see the pull through on the performance. And with that, that concludes the CEO report.
Thank you. So we're going to take questions of the CEO's report and item Oh, sorry, we have a Hatch presentation. Sorry, apologies for that. Please.
Through the chair, I'll introduce Hatch. So as the CEO mentioned, we had 2 incidences last week. Hatch was requested to come in to do an independent failure analysis on these 2 latest spills. They are the same consulting company that investigated the 8 spills in 2024. Between Hatch and APTA in 2024, 27 recommendations came out of that. And from the 27 recommendations, management put together 35 management action plans that we've been working through in 2025 to complete. As I mentioned, we've been working through the management action plans. There's a lot of work that went into it and continues to go into it. I'll just give you some examples from the recommendations and management action plans. Staff have, if you recall, a lot of the spills in 2024 were related to hydraulic hoses and fittings. So that's been reviewed, and a lot of the hoses and fittings have been replaced or repaired. Improved processes and procedures and checklists have been implemented. Redundant quality audits and inspections have been inserted using qualified engineering technologists and licensed engineers. And we've done tabletop exercises for recovery, and we are also piloting new technology such as engine shutdowns. Of the 35 management action plans, TTC internal audit reported to the Audit Risk and Management Committee that 21 of them have been completed, and the remaining 4 out of 8, the remaining 14, 8 are on track to be completed before FIFA. So I'll just hand it over to Hatch now. Solomon Janjua is a senior consultant for Hatch, and he'll go through the findings for the 2 vehicles.
Oh, yeah, great. Yes, thanks, Rich. Sorry, Jeff, I was waiting for Rich to bring in the introduction. Yes, okay, so on the screen, you're going to be able to see the preliminary synopsis. There is a report that has been given to the TTC already as a preliminary information, but it's still early days. So, in fact, that's what we're talking about here. Our mandate right now, we've been called in after we had the second spill the evening of on the 10th. So it's only been about 4 days, really, that we've been on site and watching and trying to understand exactly what's happened. We have had our specialized engineer go into the TTC twice now. One was on Saturday and one was on Tuesday to do a follow-up. So these 2 instances for RT6 and RT17, one on April 7 and April 10 respectively, I'd just like to mention here right now from our initial review and what we've been doing and seeing so far, it's clearly indicating that it's almost a situation, I would say, that is close to what happened in 2024 when there was a rash of about 8 instances. And this one seems to be following in the same vein. There does not seem to be anything that we can see that is showing it to be something special. It's completely atypical, random in nature, and it really, so far as we can see right now, again, early days, it looks like it's not something that could have been predicted. And from what we're seeing right now, and again, we did this in 2024, we did an analysis on exactly what the TTC was seeing at the time in 2024 versus what other large transit authorities also see within North America. And at that time, we didn't see anything that was showing that it was something uncommon. This is normally something that you're going to be seeing for a large subway work car fleet, some of which are about 30 years old. Some are newer, some are older. These are customized vehicles that have undergone some further customization, some of them from the TTC to meet their mandate to be able to do the maintenance. So what we're seeing right now, again, for these two, we don't see anything right now at this time that is particularly special and uncommon for a transit authority of the size and capacity that the TTC has. Okay, very good. Shall I just? Excellent, very good, thank you. Okay, so next slide, please. All right, so RT6, the failure of April 7. I think we already had a little bit of introduction for this thing, but the details are right now is that for this, the distribution block that was assembled, you're going to see that there are about 4 bolts. 3 of the 4 bolts that the fasteners that are there were found to be under torqued, under the specification. And so therefore, over a period of time, and this is not something that's that happened right away, over a period of time, you have a potential for some gap between the surfaces of the mounting and the flange of the hose that you see in the pictures at the bottom, potentially causing some play with the O-ring that you see there. And over time, through what we suspect, particularly at this time right now, is that maybe there's an abrasion from the hydraulic pressure as well, and some movement of the assembly. Finally, it gave way catastrophically between Royal York and Old Mill Station on this way back to Greenwood on the 7th. So, which resulted in the 200 liters of hydraulic fluid at the track level. So we're still investigating this, and the next steps are going to be, if you go to the next slide, please. Right. So right now, we're just making sure that we're requesting the TTC at this point to review the installation process. Potentially, there is some assembly instructions that could be improved upon to make sure that repeat of 3 bolts out of 4 doesn't get missed. The next is to make sure that we, as a containment measure, just to make sure that for the last few cars, at least 3 to 4 weeks, take a look and see that all of the assemblies of that type of distribution block are reviewed to make sure nothing is under torqued in terms of the fasteners. And finally, we're going to be taking this O-ring, and we're going to be sending it out to an outside lab to confirm or at least to understand what is the mode of failure. Was it abraded? Was it crimped? Was it what? We'll have to find out. Take a look at the chemical composition. The idea being here that potentially the supplier, which I understand we understand it to be Gates at this point, have they changed the O-ring material composition is the question we'd like to have posed here. So is it appropriate for the hydraulic fluid? Can it withstand the type of chemicals in the hydraulic fluid? We think it does, but we just want to be double sure. Mechanical properties to make sure that it can actually withstand the high pressures that we're going to be seeing in the system. It can go up to about 6,000 PSI. So it needs to be robust enough to take that. So that's the other step. There may be others, but this is what, again, after 4 days, this is what we've come up with for the time being. If you go to the next slide, please. All right, so the findings for RT17, for this one we went in twice. The initial one on Saturday to see what the failure mode was. And then on Tuesday, we actually met with the supplier who provides this assembly. So as you can see on the screen, we have a situation where there's a flow control valve at the bottom portion of this manifold that you see. We found this to be under torqued the second time we went on Tuesday. So we can see clearly, and you can see on the left-hand side, between the manifold and the flow control valve, there is that exposed O-ring. This flow control valve is supposed to be torqued into this manifold at about 40 foot-pounds. It was found to be at 20. So this portion is in fact, the portion of this manifold from an outside supplier is performed by them. The other fittings that you see here, and it's good to note that the other fittings that you see on the sides of this manifold are all torque marked. Those are done by the TTC technicians themselves and done properly as we can see here with the torque marks. So we know that that's done well. But the portion that comes from for this assembly that comes from the supplier was not done properly. So the next steps on this are going to be, if you could go to the next slide, please. Yes. All right, so we know that we need to immediately quarantine those assemblies, whatever's in stock and on the cars. We know right now that there are, for this batch that are suspect, there are a total of 5. And there are 3 on work cars. They're being reviewed and making sure they're okay, and there are 2 in stock. So luckily that's limited to only 5 assemblies with this potential problem. We'll check them. We're asking the supplier to come in and do a proper failure analysis on these. In fact, he's already been told to do that, and he has to come up with exactly what happened and why those fittings, that flow control valve was actually under torque. And just here, I didn't mention it before, the other portion of this manifold that supplier torques, there's another one that's at the top, which is controlled by a solenoid. And that was in fact found to be higher beyond 60 foot-pounds. So there's definitely something to be done in terms of the supplier to control what he's doing through on a QA basis from what we see so far. Again, early days. We're going to be requesting the TTC to make sure that this supplier is asked to watch their quality plan, their quality system, to make sure that they're going to be watching this thing properly. Whatever they have in documentation in terms of the work instructions when this thing is assembled must be fortified, make it more robust. And as a second measure at the supplier, make sure that they're doing a pre-ship inspection before it leaves to make sure that they have the elements in place properly. Not just torque, but the entire assembly is going to meet spec, and they're going to have to, they should issue a certificate of compliance against the assembly process. And lastly, one recommendation here is as a risk mitigation on the TTC side, for those supplied parts which are coming in that now have shown some sort of concern, such as what we've seen here on RT17, is to make sure that there's some sort of an incoming inspection from the QA process, just to make sure that something like this is not missed. Again, the onus is on the supplier to do his job, but it wouldn't hurt to make sure that TTC has an incoming inspection on these things, that they know that they have now a precedent that shows that there's something wrong, to watch and make sure that that's not going to affect when they apply to the cars. So that's the steps that we have so far. Again, maybe more later on as we continue, and I'll just explain in the next slide, please. Thank you. So what we're going to be doing initially right now is to delve deeper into RT6, RT17 failures, see what the modes of failure were these, and come up with a proper root cause analysis. These are preliminary findings. They're not necessarily the end conclusion. So a proper root cause analysis to be done. Recommendations to prevent this in the future will be developed, so that this doesn't happen again, or at least we try and make sure that it doesn't happen again as much as humanly possible. So in that vein, what we're going to be doing is, and I keep repeating this, it's early days. We haven't actually even had a chance to sit down just to make sure that we have a proper scope of work. We're going to be working on that right now. We have a draft. But it's going to be a larger, we're going to be watching to try and see how we can help the TTC follow up on the recommendations. Rich has already elaborated exactly what was done for the 35 recommendations. 21 are closed already. They already have also their audit process. I learned a little while ago through the audit risk and compliance board or department that they've created since our report of 2024 is watching, and they're doing their own audit. we're going to come in and take a look at that as well and help as best possible to make sure everything is up to snuff and the recommendations that were very useful at the time, we believe, are going to be implemented and have an effect, a positive effect. So something of this nature doesn't happen again, as humanly possible to prevent it from happening again. That's basically the details.
Thank you. We will now go into questions. So I have Commissioner Sachs first and then Commissioner Mallow.
Yes, thank you for the report. First of all, at the Audit and Risk Management Committee just a few weeks ago, we talked about the hydraulic work cars in your 2024 inspection. We were assured that all the recommendations from that inspection have been implemented. To the best of your understanding, is that true?
To the best of my knowledge, I was reviewing with the TTC and with Rich and looking at what they've done so far. I see through their management action plan, they have solid, they're on the left-hand column, they showed our recommendations, and then on their side, they show exactly what they've done, and I can see some, for example, the inspection process. TTC was already doing inspection process at 90 days. Comparable transit authorities are doing it at 120. And now the TTC, since that report, and I wasn't here to see it, we're seeing it now, they are doing a 3-day interval inspection on all of the large capacity hydraulic work cars. So again, it points towards, for at least for me, when I'm looking at this thing and reviewing what the engineers are doing and what they're coming back with and talking to the TTC, the right things have been implemented, at least on the inspection side, and the nature of what happened on the 7th and the 10th. Unpredictable. So as far as I can see, to answer your question, yes, I think so far what I've seen that they've done the right things.
Okay, because that was one of the key questions from the public has the TTC responded appropriately and correctly to your 2024 recommendations? And I hear you saying yes. Is that right?
I believe, yes.
Okay. So then, so my next question is on RT16. Your slide said it wasn't atypical, but you said in words it was atypical. That was an atypical failure?
So it's probably a wrong, a double negative. So the idea here is that it is not a typical.
Okay, that's what I wanted to hear, because you said something different that was on the slide.
Yes, sorry.
So the next thing is that you said on RT16 that it had been incorrectly assembled. By whom?
This will be the internal millwrights and the staff that had a wrong assembly.
TTC.
TTC, yes, of course. This is not something that's done outside of TTC.
Okay, so we have one that was incorrectly assembled in-house and one that was incorrectly assembled by a supplier.
Correct.
So I guess the biggest question that I have then is how could this spill get to extend over 200 meters? Because again, this was one of the key things we've asked over and over at Audit and Risk. It's bad enough having a spill in one place. What really kicks the system in the teeth is having it spread over a long area, which then has to be scrubbed on hands and knees. What can we do to prevent these hydraulic spills from spreading? How can we detect them faster? How can we put a diaper under the cars? What can we do so that I understand that O-rings will fail, but I don't understand why it goes undetected so that it gets spread.
All right, a very good question. The issue is the fact that there was, what we see right now initially, again, that there was a breach at that location with the abraded O-ring, and it was leaking slowly. Now, the work cars themselves in question are not that sophisticated in terms of the detection of a low level. They do have a low level indicator that can warn, but it becomes a little bit too late when you're talking about, now, just to mention again here, it was actually not 200 meters, but 200 liters. And the catastrophic event happened only between, well, I shouldn't say only, between Royal York and Old Mill Station on the eastbound side. And it happened so fast because now the way this hydraulic system on this work car works is that while it's being driven in that side, there are various pressures that occur with that hydraulic system, the engine. at the time of the catastrophic failure, that 200 liters was probably evacuated within minutes, or not, or maybe less than a minute, because of the fact that you've got 6,000 psi in the system.
Spread it all over.
Oh yeah, it's like that's why we're describing it right now as a catastrophic failure, as opposed to just a dribbling, maybe something like a hose that's just sweating or what have you. By the way, there's also a process that TTC has already in place for that type of leak review. But the situation that occurred, it happened very quickly with a lot of hydraulic fluid at the track level. That's the issue.
Okay, so a diaper wouldn't help.
A diaper? I don't think so. No, I mean,
Okay.
That's your
Is it-
final
I
question.
don't know. Honestly, I don't know what the best solution can be. There's multiple. We have to come into that. But again, this is what occurred. We have to review as to what else can be done to prevent this.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Matlow?
Thank you for being here. You mentioned earlier that to paraphrase you, that it was normal to see this happen in comparable transit systems around the world. Leaks, yes, but are you really suggesting that leaks to this level of disruption are normal? Because that's what that slide implies.
Understood. Yes. Apologies. That's not what we're trying to say as a message here. So Hatch, we've been brought in by the TTC to look at the technical issues regarding the work car, examine the work car, what has happened, not operationally.
So this is not normal.
It is not.
To the level of disruption that we're experiencing.
In terms of disruption, to be honest, I can't speak to that. I'm not the expert on the operations side for TTC, but I would say that, just as a layman, somebody coming out, no, it's not
I'm
normal.
not familiar with this being normal around the world, and certainly the presentation, I would submit to you, implies that it is, and so I just wanted to clarify that. There were 27, if I remember correctly, recommendations in 2025, and you mentioned earlier that in answer to Commissioner Sachs's question, that all had been implemented. Is my memory incorrect that, in fact, they were not all implemented, that roughly 21 out of 27 were implemented, and there were several that weren't, including funding for a 24/7 emergency crew?
Okay. So the information that I have right now, it's actually 35 recommendations and 21.
Action plans, yes.
Yeah. So just to be clear, when we came in 2024, there were actually 16 from Hatch, and there was from APTA, who were talking about the operational side, another, which make up the 35. 21 have been, as far as I understand it, talking to Rich and Fort, there have been addressed.
But there are recommendations that have not been addressed.
Correct. There's 21 of the 35 have been addressed. The balance is yet to be addressed now.
So, if I could just jump in through the chair. There was 27 recommendations, and out of that came 35 management action plans.
That's correct.
As part of some of those management action plans, it requires resources that went through the budget process in 2025 for 2026.
And they weren't funded.
And some of them were not funded.
Okay, so my recollection is correct. So there were 35 action plans, but 27 recommendations, 21 of them were addressed. They were not fully addressed, and because there are a few that weren't that simply were not acted on or funded, including the 24/7 emergency crew. Could having that crew be helpful in more quickly preventing or mitigating the level of disruptions that we are experiencing if it happens again?
So maybe I could help out here, because I don't think Solomon is aware of some of these things.
Yeah.
So yes, the 24/7 crew is part of that budget request. They were not supported. We've been using overtime to try and mitigate that. In terms of, sorry, I can't. Can you just repeat the question? If they would help prevent the spill?
Yeah. Would it be helpful to have that crew?
It would be helpful to have the crew, because sustained overtime is not reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And then to the CEO, earlier, when you were doing your press scrum, you were asked about the suspension of the fleet. And when you were asked about, but you know, how does this affect the work that needs to be done, the regular work that needs to be done, your answer was essentially, it is being done. It's fine. And I want to understand that better, because while I recognize why you made the call to suspend, then if everything's fine, if the work's being done, then why do we have the fleet? Like, and then what are the workers doing?
So just to be clear, and I'll hand it over to the Chief Operating Officer. The work, we are doing work, and we're rephasing the large works. If you recall, I said that we're risk ranking in terms of once we come out this process, in terms of once we've validated what the root cause of the failures are, and then we're looking to risk rank in terms of the work and the work costs that reflect that to align the two. So we put the relevant checks, balances, QA in place to ensure the works that we're rephasing is phased in first on the risk bias.
So is the necessary work being done?
The work that we need to do, yes.
Yes. So then what is the status of the workers during the suspension of the fleet?
They're working. And I'll hand over to the CEO to
Yeah, certainly. Through the chair, yes, there's still active work happening, Commissioner Matlow. Not all work necessarily requires work cars.
Yep.
I will say that the heavy rail work definitely requires work car. However, there's still ongoing switch maintenance, and there's hand tamping. You don't necessarily need to use a work car, but obviously large rail jobs are being rephased. They're being pushed more towards the back end, closer to FIFA. There's still active leak remediation happening rather than it happening in the stations. Now, for example, it's happening, rather than happening in the tunnels, it's happening in the station. There's some cleanup work that's being done. So work is continuing to happen. It's being rephased. So when I look at FIFA, I said, I need to get X, Y, and Z done by FIFA. So now I just need to put the Y before the X, if you know what I mean. So we're rephasing it, but once these work cars start again, they will most certainly be on the road a lot.
May I ask one last question, Chair?
Sure.
And I ask this just on behalf of people who are wondering this, and I think it's a reasonable question. I hear this from the public. And this is directed right back at us, including those who are sitting here today, including myself. If given that there were several disruptions in 2024, and we asked for a report and we received 27 recommendations, and only 21 of them were addressed, and there was a choice not to fund some of the recommendations, including the 24/7 emergency crew. How can the public be confident that if we're asking for another report now and we receive more recommendations, that anything will change? And I think the public who are worried about their ability to rely on the subway to get to work and school and to appointments on time need to hear how things will be different now. Is the TTC very clear about what it needs to budget now with respect to capital to fix aged infrastructure, aged vehicles? Are we clear about what is necessary with respect to working with our crews to quickly mitigate these leaks from getting worse? I mean, do we know what to do now, and are we clear about this happening well and as expeditiously as possible?
So I'll just work through your question. In respect to the 24/7 team, I think Rich highlighted that he is managing that with overtime, and he made very clear that that's not optimal to do that.
Yes.
So the starting point. Second point, in respect to would that team have prevented the failure? The answer to that would be no, they would not have prevented that failure. You've just heard the ferocity of the PSI, which over a period of few minutes was exhibited the flue leak across the network. What actually we're doing now is unprecedented in respect to taking the fleet out, is unprecedented in respect to being transparent what we're doing, what we're not doing. We're not hiding anything. And again, being fully transparent in respect to inviting, as I said, all the board members and the press to when we actually get the root cause. In terms of the other steps, resources, it's not just resources, it's the team will look into this as part of this review. It'll be the resources, it'll be the plant, it'll be the equipment, it'll be the facilities. You can't look at this in isolation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Commissioner Kim?
Thank you. I have a question for the CEO on your report. Thank you for the report. Just a quick question. I was looking through, do you ever track the loading standard for each mode? So for example, the subway, in terms of, because I know that you do look at crowding, but is there a loading standard, like a minimum standard, and the peak, especially during peak business hours? Because even though we say that we are below COVID levels, has a loading standard, if we do track it, has it been adjusted?
Right. So you reference subways, but this is for buses. You reference subways, but this report was for buses.
Okay, yeah, so I didn't see anything for the subway.
Oh, sorry, your question is recent.
Do you track loading standards and where we are in terms of the how many passengers a subway car, for example, can accommodate for comfort?
So we do have parameters in terms of what is 100% in terms of whether it be a 40-foot or a 60-foot. That we do, and that drives whether the trips are full or whether the trips are crowded, and that goes up to 120%. So yes, we do in that sense.
And is there a correlation between how much we exceed that loading standard versus our customer satisfaction rate?
I would refer back to the customer strategy officer.
Sure, through the chair, yes. So we do, as the CEO mentioned, we do have crowding standards, and something we track through and report through all our board periods. And we do break down our customer satisfaction. And so crowding standard is one of the things we measure to see if that is driving the customer satisfaction number. In the last period, it was not a substantial driver. It did tick down a bit, but crowding has not been one of them. So if we were to rank them, there'd be other criteria that seem to be driving the customer satisfaction score right now, more so than crowding.
Okay, so is there a standard though that we do track?
Yeah.
And do we typically exceed that during peak hours?
Through the chair, we do track it, and we track it regularly and report on it. We exceed it on some routes in peak hours. System-wide, we're not right now. So we're always looking at that crowding standard, because what it means is if we hit that crowding standard or exceed it, it means extra service has to be rolled out. So there's obviously a budget and service implication to that. So yes, we closely track crowding. We review that standard annually. The Strategic Planning Committee actually looked at those standards again recently, and so it's a key indicator that we follow to make sure that we're putting out enough service if crowding becomes an issue.
And has the standard changed since COVID?
No, the crowding standard has not changed, and if anything, during COVID, we kept running service at a standard way higher than what our passenger volume's at. We've kept that standard as we've kind of crept up our ridership and boarding levels back to not obviously what they were pre-COVID, but as they've increased. Okay,
thank you.
By the way, just point of order. Given that the two items were conjoined, would I have an opportunity to ask a question about the CEO's report?
We can do a second round.
Okay, thank you.
Let's just do a second round. Vice Chair?
Thank you very much. I want to focus on the CEO's report. One is there's been a major shift at the TTC with two light rail lines running. I am wondering, let's say on the Eglinton line, do we do passenger counts, or is that a Metrolinx function?
I'll start and I'll refer.
We have a base number. I want to know if day one, if we have a base number and how we're tracking with that base number, recognizing that you're focused on buses, but this is the big shift that has taken place, and I think we want to, as a board, know this.
Okay, the actual numbers that we receive on Eglinton and Finch are through Metrolinx, and then we manually dissect them, so to speak. But in terms of going forward, we will automate that process with Metrolinx.
We'll take over that process?
No, they'll automate the process so we get everything in real time a lot quicker.
Oh, I see. Okay. So we would be, if I asked you, how's it going on Eglinton? From a passenger count point of view, you can tell me today.
In terms of actual numbers,
Yeah, sure.
I would refer for the actual numbers to the customer service.
Yeah,
Strategy officer.
through the chair, we can. So one of the things we're working on and pushing Metrolinx on is right now it is manual. And so as the CEO mentioned, that will shift to an automated passenger count model, which will give us more timely and accurate numbers, but we are counting. And so we're tracking the ridership, and with the improvement in service and reliability, ridership is also trending in that direction. And so we're not there with the kind of the projected business case ridership numbers, but we're trending in the right direction, and it's growing kind of with each week.
Yes, and you know what, frankly, I think that's an important set of numbers to present to the board, it would seem to me. Like, I note that, you know, this is my obsession, but I think it should be the board's obsession, is how many customers do we have now on the TTC? We've lost 9, we've gained 7 we've lost 9 on the bus system, 7, but we've gained 7 on the LRT system.
Through the chair, correct. We're seeing a shift, as the CEO mentioned, a modal shift, as people are obviously choosing Eglinton and Finch in greater numbers, and that's them leaving the bus network to do that.
And my guess, given that it's 7%, that's a pretty good and healthy number, is it not?
Through the chair, it is. We're seeing, especially in Eglinton, some really strong numbers. But of course, it was coming from bus, so it's not net new growth. But we're confident with the performance improving on both, that we will even get to that point where we're seeing growth above and beyond just a shift in mode.
And you're going to report on that hopefully next board meeting? I think there's some good news there that we want to know about.
Through the chair, we're reporting on this board meeting on performance, and then obviously the way each board meeting has in the CEO's report is dissected by mode. There would be a streetcar and LRT board report focus too.
Just on that, as we shift in a not minor way, but not major way, maybe in between, from bus to LRT routes, I'm imagining that is affecting our bus procurement program and garages. Like, there's a whole capital infrastructure piece to this where LRT is going up, and I'm guessing buses are going down a bit. Can anyone speak to that, and who's doing the analysis on that, and making sure, I think as a board, we would want to know that that's in a good place?
I defer to maybe Josh on the service levels, but in terms of bus, we are going through, as you know, we're going through that electrification. So in terms of facility constraints, we're still going through that, where we have to put in substations and all those electrical things. The technology on e-bus is not quite there yet, the range.
But it's number of buses. Like, number of buses, we had X,
Yes.
now we have Eglinton, we need Y. We had
So
X
that-
on
that-
Finch,
that-
and we need Y now. And then later on, the Ontario line, that's going to
Correct.
further push things down.
The number of buses, however, at this point in time have not gone down because of the technology transfer from hybrids to fully electric and the range. So where we needed one bus to do like 500 kilometers a day, with the 200 to 250 kilometer range of an e-bus, we need, we're looking at potentially a slight increase to the spare ratio so that we can get that changed off and continuous charging throughout the day.
So is there some document that is being put together that tells the board, like, we sounds like you're saying we need net new buses, not a
We're
diminishment?
going through that process now and reviewing the requirements as we transition fully to the e-bus. And This is over a period of time and we're trying to phase it in so that there's a minimal impact to the fleet and to service.
If I could just add, so yes, we do that fleet planning exercise. What it's informed by is our ridership growth projections and numbers, but also just the general overall growth projections that we have network and system wide. So those are the numbers that are fed into a fleet plan so that we can then determine the mix that impacts exactly what Rich was saying about the mix of fleet, whether we need garages or not. So that work happens all the time. And so we're updating that fleet plan, updating those growth projection numbers now and the ridership patterns so that can inform the fleet plan.
And sooner or later, we'll get the report on that to the board on how that's going, because that informs our capital budget as well.
Through the chair, exactly.
Okay, lastly, Chrisanne, can you put on that slide? I note in your report, Mr. CEO, that safety, and this is from the Toronto Star graphic, that I took off the internet. Those are, and you indicated in your report, can you speak to this slide and its accuracy from a CEO's point of view or TTC point of view? Okay, can anyone speak to it? Certainly in your report, I think you indicated that there's a number of positive things. Not from a TTC safety perspective, things are trending in a positive direction.
So through the chair, if I can comment, on the numbers that are there related to suicide attempts and suicide fatalities. So those numbers are suicide incident numbers. We've seen it decrease over the years. It is trending in the right direction. We have about, if I have my math right, I think it's around 40 per year if I combine the attempts and fatalities. We do, the number we use for incidents includes both attempts and fatalities as well, but we are trending in the right direction when it comes to suicide incidents on the system. What you see in the CEO's report doesn't speak to that piece. When we're talking about the customer injury incident rate, that doesn't take into account the suicide incidents, if that was your question.
Well, yes, sorry, and I thought it was transit overall. This
You're way over time.
Yeah,
Can you just wrap it up? Okay, sorry. I lost
Can I
track.
wrap it up?
Yeah, please.
There's one thing.
Ask your final question.
Is there any wisdom on why it's trending down?
I mean, we have a suicide prevention program in place. We have interventions through our station staff. We train our station staff to look for certain behaviors at platforms. So from that perspective, we are doing everything we can to drive that number down. Of course, we're also looking at engineering controls by way of platform edge doors. Those are something that would help drive down the number even further. But from our perspective, it really comes to some of those interventions with respect to having staff look out for those behaviors.
And it's working.
That is working, yes.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, we have Commissioner Jagdale, then Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. One question on the CEO's report, and then I have a question for Hatch. The bus performance metrics as it relates to customer experience is actually, it's very alarming. I don't know why we're not talking about this more. Customer satisfaction, we're aiming for 84%, which is A- in my mind. We're at 61%. Depending on how you look at the years as tranches, we've just been so down, and I'm trying to wrap my head around the rationale behind it. If it's not overcrowding, is it safety? Is it just the fact that our system isn't on time? Josh, maybe you can speak to what you're seeing in the Net Promoter Score and customer satisfaction conversations and surveys. Just some more color would be great.
Sure, through the chair. Obviously, there's a lot of things that impact that score, and when we break it down, which we do, while crowding is not one of the key considerations, the safety one has dipped a bit. So one of the things we've learned from our customer surveying is that it's actually not even safety on our buses, it's safety while people wait for the bus, just out in the city streets, that impacts that score. The other thing too is that our buses, unfortunately, and we'll discuss this on either items on the agenda today are often stuck in traffic within the city. And so that's something that significantly impacts our score. So the speed, performance, and on-time performance of buses obviously impacts the customer satisfaction levels.
So if you were to, if the big buckets here, based on what you're seeing, is it's speed, but then there's this safety component, and not on the buses or on transit, but waiting for transit. Is there any? Do we have any more detail on that? Like, is it people don't feel safe at night? People don't feel safe in the morning? Is it like what's driving some of that? I don't know what the surveys or conversations look like, but
Through the chair, we've done intercept surveys with customers in real time on bus, asking that exact question, and we've then mapped that out against location. And what we find is that there's a decrease in the perception and sense of safety when you're off the bus versus getting on it. So typically, when you're waiting for the bus is when it's lower. And so that's one of the things that we need to do more work with the City of Toronto on ensuring that the areas around bus stops are accessible, they're well lit, etc. Because people don't dissect the journey and only think of it when they're with us. They think of the whole end-to-end journey. And so it's work we need to do with our partners, being Toronto Police, the City of Toronto, to make sure those moments and times where you're approaching a vehicle, waiting for one, or exiting it, that safety is part of that consideration too.
is there any? And this is more of a broader question, Josh. So thank you. Are there any KPIs from February that are most concerning to management for the balance of 2026?
If we look at the trends, as I made reference to just take customer satisfaction. If we look at the ones that have coming through for March, they're on the more positive than what we have seen for February.
And if I could just add just a bit of context for February, obviously weather was not our friend in February. So in March, we're already seeing uptick quite significantly, just kind of from that time period. And so we have to recognize that that's when it's obviously critical for our communications and all of our other ways we support customers to be top notch when the weather is certainly making operations challenging.
Got it. Okay. Last question, and just for the Hatch team, thanks for coming in and doing some of this early exploratory work with us. So it sounds like this is random, which is really hard to believe and hard to grasp yourself around, especially if you're sitting on a panel designed for governance. If it is random and if it is atypical, are there any case studies around the world that you have seen where something of this magnitude has happened and what's been done to correct it? And then my second question to that is along the same thought as Commissioner Matlow. Though some of the recommendations may not be, though some of the recommendations may not have prevented this from happening, as part of your analysis, will you also be looking at the recommendations that haven't been implemented and suggesting which ones should, in theory, be funded?
So just before Hatch answered the technical question in respect to case studies around the world, as I mentioned earlier, this won't be just a review on the componentry perspective. We'll be looking at the QA perspective, looking at the equipment perspective. We'll be looking at the facilities perspective in terms of what we have and what we require and what that delta looks like as part of this review.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I'll let Hatch ask the case study perspective.
Yeah, sure. So the issues that have happened on RT6 and RT17, we actually hadn't seen them in that mode in 2024. So I would say that it's, again, it seems to be random at the outgo when we look at it, and it also seems to be unpredictable as to what happened, because it didn't happen in 2024 when we looked at the rash of 8 cars back then. we can take a look and see what it is in terms of the failures. Again, I just want to make sure that we're clear. We had an overlap with the other company taking care of the operational side, and what happens in fact with a spill and how you actually react to it. Our mandate right now is to take a look very, very closely at the technical aspect of the work cars and see what can be done to prevent the recurrence. The operational side, I would defer to the TTC a little bit further as to what they will do on their side. Of course, we can look as Hatch. We have a lot of experience with vehicle rail cars and work cars. We'll take a look and characterize and see what's going on. I've already spoken regarding what we see with technical and mechanical, electrical failures of this type that we can speak on. Operationally, we can also delve to a certain degree, but certainly not enough to be able to say that definitively we have the answer to that. Right, that's basically what I can say about regarding your question.
Sure, that's fine, Sullivan. Appreciate the attempt.
Thank you. Next, we have Commissioner Bravo.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to pick up the conversation about the mode shift taking place. So we've gone down on in terms of bus usage and increased on LRT. The answer is really important, I think, around does that mean we have more buses to redeploy? And so I have two separate questions. One is about when we have a disruption like the oil spills on the Bloor line, is there an opportunity at all in the coming months and years to think about for example, the 26 on DuPont as a sort of relief line in that situation? And in general, is this something that we should be encouraging? I certainly know the 26 runs through Davenport, but many people have reached out, and I know that there was still waits of 30 minutes because that bus is very infrequent. And at the same time, we have a lot more development on DuPont. It's a conversion from employment lands into mixed-use residential, favoring towers. And so I just wanted to ask a question about it, whether there's been any thinking about that and what that could look like if people do not rely as much on line 2, not that we want to have these disruptions, obviously, but that we could look at the east-west corridor, such as this one, which is would provide some relief in that situation.
Okay, I'll start off with I'll refer to Josh. In terms of the schedules and the modal shift, that, as we said, is being reviewed and part of the ridership growth plan. In respect to the shuttles, what we do within the ridership growth plan is to look at where we optimize and where we were able to flourish instances like you've said. With more detail, I'll refer back to Josh.
Thank you. And through the chair, so one of the reasons why we feel it's the really important work of our annual network plan is to do exactly that and reflect and kind of respond to some of the shifts you just described, Commissioner. And so that's an opportunity where we actually, of course, look at the ridership data, the overall growth trends, but also kind of speak to our communities to see where that need might arrive. And so it could exactly result in a change to a route that might now start to better serve a certain community that maybe didn't have as much transit, but just as you pointed out, may also actually now begin to serve a different need as, say, relief to subway or reflect in that modal shift that we're seeing happening. And so the important part of that process, which will be kicking off again soon, is to make sure that we're doing that on an annual basis. So that's above and beyond how we shift schedules, 10 to 12 times a year, but this is actually how we look at the network differently and how those routes might shift. And so that would be an example where we would want to hear from you or your community in particular and look and explore whether that change is needed now, or maybe it's something that we look towards in the future.
Great, and it's also something we discussed in the strategic planning committee because we want to win those rides when new residents come in. So thank you for that. The question about the e-bus challenge. So I understand that the hybrid bus reliable for 500 kilometers, e-buses, I heard up to half that time. But there's serious capital implications here for storage, for ensuring a charging network. So what is, I know that there's been a commitment made of dollars from the federal government, and this is being counted on for the majority of the transformed TO climate goals the City of Toronto has. But there is a real loss in terms of climate goals when we're not cutting emissions through transportation, which mass transit does, and at the same time undermines our ability to grow our bus reliability and network. So any comment on that, or is that something that we're going to discuss later again?
I'll start off with this one. In terms of the analysis that Rich provided, we are obviously looking at more nimble ways in respect to charging aspects for our buses, which is as part of the overall Transform TO perspective, but also looking at the overall ridership growth plan in respect to how that evolves, because it's clearly changing, and our capital investment in terms of what we've done and what we do going forward would need to reflect that. In terms of making statements in terms of we need more garages or X, Y, Z, that would be a bit premature to say that right now. That said, if we look at the annual investment plan from up to 2040, that is where, with the advent of technology, we do expect the performance of e-buses to improve in the decades to come.
That was your last question.
You gave the vice chair 7 minutes, and I'll
if you want, we can do a second round. We'll do a second round. Okay, so we'll do a second round. So I'm going to go next. Just confirming, is someone from internal audit here? Yes. Okay, great. When the recommendations are said to be complete, does internal audit verify that they are complete?
Correct.
Correct. Okay. And is that a new process, or is that the process? Has that always been the process?
Anything that goes through an internal audit process will get validated. As you recall, on this specific item, Chair, you had asked us to review it, so that's always been part of the process after it was requested, yes.
Okay, great. So internal audit has validated that all the recommendations have been completed, that they've said they completed?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And then I guess my question to Hatch is, in the interview, in the investigation, do you interview all of the employees that work on these cars?
So we intend to interview the employees as much as possible. Of course, we're not allowed to necessarily go directly to the operators. That was the situation that we faced in 2024. We'll probably have the same thing. We go through the supervisors and through the TTC assigned persons to be able to ask the questions that we have regarding our investigation.
Is there not value in speaking directly to the operators and maintainers themselves and not the supervisors, which are not operating the vehicles?
So yes, agreed. If we will explore that with the TTC. This was something that we had talked to them prior to, even for the 2024 report, and we'll see what we can do to do that. We did get the answers that we needed to have at the time in 2024. Again, early days for this one, so we'll explore that venue and find out how we can get to the answers from the operators themselves.
Just to clarify, did you ask for permission to speak to the operators and maintainers directly, and the TTC supervisors said no, or?
We asked, now we're talking about when, now we haven't done anything in terms of this investigation.
I'm talking about the previous
one. So we had asked to be able to review with the operators, and they said they would, they assigned individuals and either got the information from them, or we were talking to them. Well, we didn't actually speak to them. It's been a while now. But we did get the supervisors to get the answers we needed that were requested at the time.
So you didn't have full and unimpeded access to the employees?
We have not, no, we have not spoken to the employees.
Okay. I don't know who needs to answer this, but can management guarantee that Hatch will have full unimpeded access directly to the employees who operate and maintain the work cars for this review?
Yes, if so required.
Okay, thank you. Are you good with that, Hatch?
Very good, yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
Perfect. And I guess my final question is, have you done any of these types of reviews for other systems?
For other, sorry, what?
For other transit systems?
For other transit systems?
Yes.
No, not on the work cars.
Okay.
Not on the work cars. We are heavily involved with all sorts of different issues, reliability issues, failures of systems on rail vehicles. That's what we do as part of the Vehicles and Operations Group within Hatch family. We deal with procurement and special requirements for other large transit authorities, but we have never had, as far as I'd have to check that, but to short answer, no, we have not in this capacity that we did in 2024 and the one that we're about to embark on now.
So is it fair to say Hatch is not in a position to say one way or the other whether this is normal, these types of hydraulic oil leaks for a large transit agency?
So let me clarify. We haven't had this particular type of investigation. However, within our fold of the engineers and technicians that we have, electrical, mechanical, software, there are a number of them who are dealing directly with the transit authorities, and at the same time, the transit authorities that have these type of work cars and others. Yours are made by ARVA or mostly by ARVA. There are others, transit authorities that have other types and larger. I'm talking about New York City has a much larger work car fleet than the TTC does. And at the same time, I'd like to mention that we do have expertise. We have an ex-OEM manufacturer of work cars who is within our group. That's what our expertise. We're SMEs in this because of the fact that we're all coming from the industry, and one of them, I would say one of them that I know of that we referred to and used in the 2024 report, he's the one who gave us the inputs about what exactly was happening with that report. Now, mind you, that report in 2024 was focusing more on hoses and the abrasion that happened there on RT56 on May 24th, and that was a very big, bad problem too. But we brought him in and we did an expanded area. And just to go back again, it was not to talk about the fact that you have this type of spill and how you mitigate. We did not talk about that as being something that's not common. We just talked about the failure types, technically what they were, and those are the ones that we're saying that it's not uncommon to see that with the other transit authorities comparable to the TTC.
Okay, thank you very much. We have a second round. Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Lally, in your report, there's a conclusion that that a decline in ridership on our surface routes was a main culprit was due to immigration and lack of immigration and international students. And how do we know that? How do we, for example, how do we exit interview people who aren't here?
It's a good question. And just to be clear, it's a factor. It's not the defining factor. In respect to the actual nuance of your question, I referred to the Chief Strategy Officer.
Thanks. Through the chair. So specifically on that one, we speak to the colleges and universities, so we know their enrollment numbers and we know where their enrollment comes from. And so we've seen, and we know where the transit ridership in connection with those college campuses goes. So we've seen that kind of connection between the drop in enrollment, where the students come from, and then in turn, our numbers reflecting that they're not seeing trips to Centennial, to Humber, and to all those other places in some of the universities. So it's really through surveying the schools specifically on that. We're seeing other factors though too, right? Bus ridership is declining. We're seeing in the outer regions of the city a little bit, and we're seeing a drop. And again, we get the survey data from industry. We're seeing a drop in some manufacturing jobs. We're seeing a drop in some of the kind of logistics kind of jobs that are just, I guess, the subject of some of the economic headwinds that are out there. So we're seeing, yes, international students is for sure one contributing factor, but broader economics, we're seeing push ridership down. And where we're noticing it the most is on longer trip bus routes, especially in the, kind of call them the outer suburbs within the 416.
Do we survey the average rider? Like, are we going out there and asking? I mean, obviously we have satisfaction results. I saw those, but does that factor? Do we have a? Are we able to connect a direct causal relationship between, for example, dissatisfaction when it comes to people's feedback about safety, reliability, etc., being stuck in traffic, and kind of saying I'm going to choose another mode?
Through the chair, yes, we do that. So we also just do direct surveying of customers. And so I should say beyond customers, because if they're not our customers, we need to know why they've left. And that part of the ridership growth work we've done is to enhance that so we can better kind of build personas and know why are people not choosing it. Is it speed? Is it duration of travel? Is it safety? Because that will then in turn dictate and tailor our responses and hopefully then where the investment goes into through the budget process. So yes, we do speak directly to current and I guess lapsed customers to find out what are the reasons why they'd like our service or don't. And what we're hoping to do is to enhance that with much more digital tools as opposed to some of the more traditional survey methods, because we want it to be more dynamic and time sensitive. And so that's why we're looking to partner with app providers and things like that so we can get it actually in real time.
And then lastly, what is a bigger issue for us when it comes to the decline in ridership? Is it in fact immigration and fewer international students, or is it the dissatisfaction with issues like safety and reliability?
Through the chair, our numbers suggest that the biggest issue is that the number of trips, whether that be transit, walking, driving, biking, in the city of Toronto, the region, are down. And that trend continues. And so fewer people are just going places, whether that be a job, for entertainment, what have you. Our proportion of the pie has actually stayed the same. The pie has shrunk.
And this is like, I mean, leading from COVID and the change in where people are working from home, that remains the biggest factor.
Through the chair, correct. We see that overall trips and travel are down. Our portion of that obviously is commensurate with that reduction. We can then dissect all the different factors, some of which you've asked about and we've mentioned, that contribute to that. And maybe more transit specific, but fewer people are actually traveling in the region right now.
Great. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Commissioner Bravo, did you have a second round of questions?
Just a quick, I wanted to just talk about the pickup where my colleague has left off. So we're talking about it. The international students piece really has to do with population has gone down. That's immeasurable, and we know, don't we know that these students were primarily using transit?
Through the chair, correct. We know that population is down. They're largely transit. They're high transit users, and through our surveying of the colleges and universities, we have it reinforces what we're seeing on the ground in terms of our ridership on those routes.
And I'm coming to understand that you have to plan for the users or the riders that you expect might show up. And in this situation, we had the high expectation that back to office mandates would increase the numbers of workers going downtown. But at the same, and before that, you were trying to serve a population that was going to colleges all over the place, and now we're in the period of readjustment. So in terms of the while our share of rides has not gone down, there have been increases in other modes, and one of them is bike share, and the other one is personal transportation companies, Uber, Lyft, etc. this piece, I think, is something that we really have to come back to, because I think, through the presentations that we received in strategic planning committee, I'm seeing that we have the need to actually name these things, as we don't want to just grow with population or keep our share. We really need to grow our share, don't we?
Through the chair, exactly. So whatever happens to overall trips, it's harder for us to control, but we want to kind of steal more trips or win more trips, I guess I should say, from a positive point of view. The other thing that we received direction on from the strategic planning committee, which is, I think, an important conversation, is what's the overall city mode shift or mode target? So if someone is walking or riding a bike, that should be complementary to what we're doing as transit, but we may see that as a decrease in ridership. And so I think what, with the motion moved at Strategic Planning Committee, is to speak to the city to make sure that this board and TTC in general has a broader sense of what is the target or desired outcome around mode shift. And I think at the end of the day, it really is to get people out of their cars. And we need to make sure that we're doing what we can to make that a reasonable option for those people to make that choice.
Right, so naming the goal that we want to reach is a first step to achieving it. And then finally, will it help that yesterday at the executive committee of the city, there was an item about switching to LED lights that were brighter and more reliable. So you mentioned that, and I think that I just wanted to say, I assume you will say that it helps the perception of safety on the street, which you mentioned as a factor for riders, bus riders.
Through the chair, it will. We're doing a lot of work to make our stops and accessible so that everyone can get to them, and that's really important work that's happening, and you see that recorded in the CO's report. Similarly, steps and efforts the city can make to make those spaces feel safer, with lighting in particular, is really essential.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else for a second round? No? Okay. Sure, I just have one few quick questions about the buses. So one of the things I noted is that, we have the big review of the streetcars and the LRTs underway with a report to come in Q1 2027. Is there going to be sort of a systematic review of the buses overall, the routes, the spacing, that kind of thing, to really sort of look at, does the bus scheduling, the headways, do they currently still make sense based on the current travel patterns?
In respect to what we find from streetcars, we will apply that to the buses in the scheduling. Yes.
So when will that review be underway?
I'll have to come back to you with a timeline for that one.
Okay. Okay, I think that's it for me. Councillor Matlow, you want to speak?
Yes, so I'll begin by, on my item, our item, to move the motion itself. With regard to the service disruptions, the mechanical and hydraulic leaks. So I want to begin by thanking the CEO for his very evident attention to this as an urgent priority. I've had direct conversations with him, but I've also been seeing him at work, both ensuring that the public heard a very clear message of contrition and understanding when the disruptions were happening, and a commitment to taking action, which both are important when people's lives are being impacted, and they want to know that those who are responsible for the system that they rely on every day are taking the problem seriously. So I just want to commend the CEO for his efforts thus far. When these disruptions started happening back in January of 2024, it happened once, it was odd. Happened another time, that was peculiar. And then it just kept happening and kept happening and kept happening. And this board had very urgent conversations about that at the time and asked that there would be a plan put forward, and recommendations did come forward. And My understanding is that out of the 27 recommendations, albeit the 35 action steps, 21 of the recommendations were addressed and implemented. And I do think it's important to revisit some of those recommendations and understand where following through on the entirety of the proposals could assist in our work. I recognize that there's new information coming all the time now. And I recognize that there are some things that have happened recently that may or may not have been fully captured in the first round of recommendations. But what the public needs to hear and understand from both this board and from those who manage the system is that we need to get to the root causes of each and every way these disruptions are happening immediately, without any reservation, any hesitation. This has to be a top priority. Where there are capital funds that are needed to fix aged infrastructure, whether it be the tracks, whether it be the vehicles themselves, state of good repair, while it's not always the sexiest thing for governments to cut ribbons over, it is so critically necessary. Because in real life, what it means is that people who rely on our system every day find the system unreliable. People who need to get to work on time, need to get to school on time, cannot miss appointments, need to go pick up their kids, are considering finding other ways to get around if they even have those options. Often they don't, because not only do they fear that the TTC will be unreliable, they actually predict that it will be, and that's not acceptable, and Torontonians deserve better. And they need to know that this board and the CEO and everyone who works here recognize that along with safety, reliability is a top priority. Now, we talk a lot about how we're underfunded, and that is a reality, both capital and operations. And we need to make it very clear, and we need to raise the stakes, frankly, with the provincial and federal governments, that that this is no longer, this can't just be this ongoing, conversation about different things that need to be funded while these governments are announcing trillion-dollar tunnels under the 401, Billy Bishop expansions, thermal spas, and all these other absurd, dysfunctional ideas that cost hundreds of millions of dollars. It really does upset me when imagine if those funds, rather than going on these ridiculous pipe dreams and pursuits, were actually invested into fixing the TTC.
Commissioner Matlow, you're over time.
I agree.
Yes. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions on the mover? No? Okay. Would anybody else like to speak?
Can we see the motion?
So the motion is part of the package, but if,
Okay. Sorry, I thought there was, all good.
no, so it's the same motion. But do you want to display that just for Commissioner Jagdeo, please? Pause your time. Are you good with that, Commissioner Jagdeo?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak? No? Okay. So we will just do first, I will move a motion to receive the CEO's report. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Great, thank you. Seeing no further questions about TTC 14.7 about addressing the fluid leaks and mechanical service disruptions. Commissioner Matlow, would you like to move that? Yes, great. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. The next item of business is item 14.2, approved minutes of the Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit General Monthly Meeting of January 29th and February 26th, 2026. And I'd like to welcome ACAT Vice Chair Debbie Gillespie to present the minutes. Welcome, Debbie.
Thank you very much, Counselor. Before I begin, I'd like to take a quick second to share with the board the passing of Angela Marley, a current ACAT member for 2026. Many members of the board may know her work very well. She was chair of ACAT in 2013, and she was on the executive of 2017 as co-vice chair when I was chair during that time period. She's her diligent work basically has been the working very closely with the Wheel-Trans staff on these stops and landmarks accuracy of addresses, and it really is benefits customer experience greatly if that is correct for especially riders who may not have ridden in the past. She also worked on the station description pages for the TTC website of all of the stations, including the new lines 5 and 6. So I would like to thank you for that moment. I appreciate it. I will now move quickly to the update of several of the meetings. The first is the January 2029 meeting held in ACAT. ACAT received information about the TTC's Indigenous, reconciliation action strategy and about the elevator and escalator outages dashboard redesign for the TTC page. The committee emphasized the importance of screen reader compatibility with this dashboard, and I might add that it works quite well. They provided feedback on that. The committee also requested categorization of outages of escalators and elevators, as not all outages mean that the station is inaccessible. There may be alternatives available at that station. There was also an in-camera session discussion on the LRT simulation exercise that some of the ACAT members attended in advance of the Line 5 opening. At the February 26th meeting, ACAT members received a deputation about the visibility of vehicle numbers inside the Wheel-Trans buses, not to be confused with the accessible taxis. TTC staff did confirm the Wheel-Trans customer service have information about the vehicle numbers and is willing to share it on the customer's request if the customer provides the trip information. And for the board's benefit, that would be their user ID. The committee discussions discussed a bus stop relocation at Finch, along Finch West, and received an explanation regarding the staff's removal of some stops and the parameters about stops and distances along TTC routes. The subcommittee, there were several subcommittee meetings that month, and this is a very brief synopsis. There were no meetings in January of the subcommittees, but the following information is available for the February meetings. The Communications Subcommittee met, and Line 5 Eglinton LRT opening was discussed, and Communications also had and bus route changes as a result of the LRT Line 5 opening. Signage was also discussed, wayfinding maps and stations, and wayfinding within interchange stations. And because people are so used to what they did in the past, so we just wanted to ensure that things were work done, and the staff worked with us diligently on that as well. The Design Review Subcommittee also met in February, and Waterfront East LRT accessibility concerns were raised. Stanchions and handhold strap color contrast was brought to ACAT by a member, a request, and TTC is looking at that at the moment. We've had several options on that. The Line 5 feedback review, accessibility included audible stop announcements and strategy, and that was something that's still ongoing. The strategy and planning subcommittee had presentations on the Young North subway extension, plans for access hub relocation, Wheel-Trans drop-off and pickup location, and future wayfinding plans. The Wheel-Trans operations subcommittee met and discussed Wheel-Trans transformation modernization goals for the system integration, automation, and improved customer experience. Wheel-Trans app and self-booking website were also reviewed for functionality, and an update was given on the tracking system improvements. The planning and coordination of efforts to maintain service continuity for future events, such as FIFA, were also discussed. And councillors, that concludes my report to the board for the ACAT Advisory Committee on Accessible Transit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Debbie. Are there any questions? No, seeing none, thank you very much. And I just on behalf of the board, like to express my condolences to Angela's family and thank you for recognizing her today. Seeing no further questions, can I please have a motion to receive the ACAT minutes? Commissioner Sachs, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed, carried. We are now on to item TTC 14.3, improving LRT and streetcar speed and reliability, and we have a speaker on this item, Chad Letty.
Hi there, good morning.
Hi, good morning. Do you have a presentation?
I submitted a letter which has a few graphics in it, so I don't know if it's possible to put that up, but if not, I'm happy just to explain what it says and refer to it. Whatever is easiest for Ms. Flaherty.
So we're just going to display your letter.
Yeah, so I can proceed, and perhaps whenever that's set, we can go to it.
Go ahead, you have 5 minutes.
So thanks very much. Thank you, Chair Myers, board members, CEO Lally, and TTC staff for your efforts to speed up and improve surface transit, and in particular streetcars in Toronto. So my name is Chad Letty. I'm just a random TTC rider, and I'm here to advocate for a very narrow expansion of the scope of the study that the TTC is undertaking to consider global best practices to improve the streetcar system. So I first wanted to propose that in addition to looking at best practices for streetcar locations, there be consideration given to, spacing. In addition to spacing, the TTC also look at locations. As you all know, this board's recently looked at whether or not near side or far side stops are most efficient for streetcars. You've heard testimony to the effect, or deputations to the effect, that far side stops make the most sense. In theory, I agree. If well-functioning TSP is present, and the streetcar can principally be given a green light. But in practice, as a rider, as I think Chair Myers, you mentioned at one of the meetings, it does often seem like we're sitting for a red light and then sitting again at the stop. So I wanted to see if there was any information out there that could help this board make decisions about where to locate transit stops. And so I looked for areas where there are both far side and near side routes clustered so that the performance of each can be compared. And there are approximately 4 such locations throughout the LRT and streetcar network where there's a cluster of near side stops opposite a cluster of far side stops. I was able to find data with, thank you to Mr. Monroe for one location, which is the southern portion of Spadina. So there, and that's why I've included it in the letter, you have an area where there's 3 far side stops and 3 near side stops. So effectively, this provides what economists refer to as a natural experiment to see, in practice, in real world conditions, how do we save riders the most time? And so if you could please scroll down to the next page, I was able to pull 2 time series. The first here is from last month. And what you see there is that the northbound streetcars, which have 3 far side stops, are taking 2 to 3 minutes longer to cover the same exact area as streetcars going southbound, all of which have near side stops. So my point here is that if you look at this, it does appear that near side stops are quite a bit more efficient. The streetcar stopped anyway, therefore riders are getting on and off while it stopped. And if you go down further, there's another data set that I was able to pull from October, which has slightly different but broadly similar results. So here you're saving, again, a few minutes, 2 to 3 minutes over these 3 stops. So if you template that out over the 10 or so stops on Spadina, you could be looking at saving, up to 5 minutes southbound, up to 7 minutes northbound, if those were all near side stops or performing optimally. So, I'm not an expert, obviously. This is based on limited data. I would really just urge the TTC to consider and review this as part of its wider review of the streetcar network. And then you can leave that up or take it down as you like. I won't refer to it any further. But I did also want to refer to, or rather to close out on this point as to where stops should be located, I would just suggest that the scope of the review be broadened to consider whether it's far side, near side, or in some other cases, mid-block. So this refers to a right-of-way scenario. That's quite different from the situation on Queen Street. There, I would propose that some consideration be given to international precedents in considering, for instance, whether the streetcar track might veer slightly to the right to go into a protected stop along a curb lane, which would prevent riders from being vulnerable to vehicles, provide a more accessible platform, and as a bonus would allow cars to pass on the left and therefore speed up all traffic on the street. So that's just one thing that I would hope might be included in a broader review. And then further, I did want to suggest that the scope also be broadened to include level platforms, if platforms are being redesigned or brought to a near side, or if there's just some adaptation that can be put over an existing platform to make it more accessible for disabled riders and to enable quicker boarding for all riders. So how do we achieve subway-like boarding times? Well, it's probably by having level platforms and subway-like door conditions, which brings me to my final point. Around doors, the streetcars, by my calculations, again, non-expert, have about 50% of the door density or door-to-length ratio as the subway. So there's far fewer doors, so you'd expect to see longer boarding times at busy streetcar stops. So particularly as stops are removed, if that's the route the board goes, you'll want to consider how to make each stop more efficient. So I would propose that some consideration be given to that. But see, my time's up. I'm happy to answer any questions. Otherwise, thanks very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Chad. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Sachs?
First of all, Chad, thank you so much for putting in the time and effort to try to help us make better decisions, which of course we want to do. And certainly I hope that your information about far side stops becomes obsolete soon as we get the transit system priority going, which is something, as you know, I've been pushing for a long time. But I'm interested in your final comment about how to make, if we remove some stops, how do we make the remaining stops more efficient? We can't carve more doors into the side of the streetcar. What is your suggestion for making the stops more efficient?
Yeah, so it's an excellent question. I would come back to whether doors can be carved in a second, but just in terms, assuming we can't do that, I think having level...
Let's assume we can't do that.
Yeah, fair enough. Having level platforms would certainly make boarding more efficient. You can see this every day on the streetcar, where you have riders who are, pausing as they get to the doorway, stepping down, riders with a cane. Like, not all riders want to deploy the ramp. Now, if the ramp is deployed, that causes a much longer stop, which actually causes bunching because you then have uneven dwell times. So, I mean, the most accessible area isn't something you reach with a nice ramp. It's an area you reach on a flat surface. So, if you're talking about taking the platforms up, a few inches in some cases or 6 inches in other cases, and that's technically possible, then I think that's something that ought to be explored. And so, for instance, I know there's a renovation right now at Spadina Station. As part of that, you could test having a slightly elevated platform on one portion to see if people can navigate it safely. Same thing when Union is redesigned. It's really an issue at busier stations, so St. Clair West, St. Clair, Spadina, Union. I would mention very briefly that there are ways to add doors. The same exact models in Zurich do have an additional set of double doors, and that would bring the total door density of the streetcar up to that of effectively the subway. And those are also Flexity models, but I realize that may not be technically possible.
Well, they weren't carved in after, but anyway,
Fair enough.
thank you very much. Fun as it might be, thank you very much for the suggestion.
Of course. It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Chair?
Thank you for your presentation. I found it very interesting, especially on the debate of the near side versus far side stop. I had previously thought that, frankly, that far side stops were more efficient, but you're suggesting otherwise. Have you had an opportunity to look at other jurisdictions and whether your analysis done on the Toronto system is consistent with the findings in other jurisdictions?
I have looked at other models, and we've heard from experts. You heard from Professor English and others. I think what's different about certain TTC routes from most other jurisdictions that operates trams are things like the length of the crosswalks, which makes transit priority quite different and quite difficult, and that's principally why we didn't have it for a long time in a functional way.
Just isolating for far side versus near side.
Yeah, no, I don't have a scientific study or a literature review I could share with you. I am aware that in France, for instance, what they do, where I used to live in Strasbourg, which is kind of what compelled this unhealthy interest in streetcars, but what they do there is the driver will have an ability to basically force a green while stopped. And so there they do have near side, but it's a different road configuration, so I wouldn't pretend it's apples to apples.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? No, seeing none. Thank you, Chad. Great presentation.
Okay, thanks so much.
That concludes the deputations on this. Sorry, did you register?
I did, but I also wanted to just make a...
Sorry, you did register?
I did register, yes, but I also wanted to make a comment on this about Constable. Because you opened the floor.
It's not an open floor, sorry. So if you registered, you can speak, but I don't have your name down.
You didn't ask me for it.
No, it doesn't work like that. I have a list of who registers to speak.
Right, because we don't know who I am, so how could you know if I'm...
It's by item.
But you didn't ask me what my item was.
Again, if you registered on this item, you'd be on the list.
I'm on the list.
What's your name?
My name is Gabriel Carrick. But honestly, the time spent trying to figure this out is not worth the savings. I'll address it later.
Okay.
It's 14.4.
Oh, okay. So yes, you're on a different item. The Special Constable's report. So that's when you'll be able to speak.
Certainly, but I wasn't asking to speak. I was asking.
We don't allow comments either. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you. So now we have the deputation. So now we have the report. Who's giving the report?
I will.
Okay.
Chair. So just, sorry, a quick few slides just to highlight. If you could go to the next slide, please, Chrisanne. So just want to highlight some of what's in the report and just to bring it to the forefront. As you've all heard and I'm sure know, this board directed to take a more aggressive, I would say, approach to both LRT and streetcar priority and performance. And so that work has been underway and that's what this report is on. A few highlights is certainly on line 5. All but one intersection now has transit signal priority on it, that being Leslie, just because some of the configuration of that intersection. And we've seen 10-minute round trip travel time because of the increase in speeds, some of the route management, and of course, because of transit signal priority. On line 6, we now have every single intersection has transit signal priority where the LRV will go ahead of left turning vehicles. And again, on line 6, now we're seeing 20-minute round trip travel savings times On the streetcar route and network, we've begun to enhance our transit signal priority, and the initial rollout of those changes have been happening on Spadina, with more to come. And what we're seeing there is kind of a highlight up to 42% improvement in travel times through intersections. So on the whole, we certainly thank the board for the direction they've given us, but we're starting to see those changes. So next slide, please. So what the report really highlights is the package of tools that we're using to prioritize and enhance surface transit. So the first is, and it's been mentioned a few times, is a report that's being developed with TMU on transit priority, and it's the Transit Priority Surface Transit Toolkit. And so some of the questions about bus, streetcar, stop spacing, how we can optimize the current network will be, in a very Toronto-specific and tailored way, will be part of that report that will be coming in Q1 of 27. The second piece, which the board asked us to look at, and that work is underway, is looking at modernizing our streetcar switch program, and so that is happening. The third is really about operating rules, and the one that I think is most gets people's attention is the speed with which we operate on LRT and on streetcar, especially through intersections. There's a speed limitation of 25 kilometers, so that is being looked at to see where we might get those increased speeds. Worth noting that on the Eglinton LRT now, in the tunnels, we're getting speeds up to 80 kilometers an hour, and so already starting to see some of those really tangible improvements. Next slide, please. The fourth piece of this work, of course, and a key element of it, is looking at transit signal priority. So what's been introduced to start on lines 5 and 6 is what we call lagging lefts. In essence, that the streetcar or LRV will be go before vehicles are making their left turns. What's now being done in those areas is what's called phase rotation. Really, that changes the queue so that a transit vehicle goes before other traffics in that phase. And so we're seeing already an increase in speed through intersections. We're looking at having 70 plus done by the end of 2026. The focus right now is clearly on downtown, getting ready for World Cup. So work's being done on King, Spadina, Harbourfront, Ossington, and I'll get more into that in our World Cup report later in the meeting. But really seeing that, and obviously working with the city to see what funding and staff are needed that we could dramatically accelerate the program so we could hit that 800 target sooner than over the many years that's currently we're trajectory on. But I've said this a few times. I think we've seen more progress in transit signal priority probably in 2 months than we have in 20 years. And so our thanks certainly to the board and city council for that direction. And the last kind of pieces that are part of this report and the work that's going, and the work that you endorse that we continue on the next slide is, as the deputy spoke about, we're looking at a network-wide view of streetcar stop balancing. If you see in that graph to the right, you see spacing along the bottom axis, speed of streetcars along the other axis, and you can see where the Toronto streetcars sit. Our stop spacing is the closest compared to other jurisdictions, and our speed's the slowest. That is not the only criteria or factor, but just to illustrate that there is a connection, and so that's one of the reasons we want to look at stop balancing. When we do that, it will be from a network perspective. People will be consulted, local councillors will be included. And then finally is the line management strategy. So part of this is how we just better manage our operations. And so that's looking at, and we've had some good success there already with increased supervision on LRT lines and on streetcar lines. We've got the bunching and gapping work that has continued. That's been extended to all streetcars. And look, on the LRT lines, we've seen benefits and changes with reduction of dwell time and some of the end terminal operations that have resulted in speed enhancements. And if you go to the next slide, that's it. So anyways, just a highlight of the report. We're seeing great progress. Thank you for the direction and support from this board. More to come, and really seeking your endorsement to continue this work.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs?
Thank you, Josh. I appreciate the progress that, you know, I've been pushing on this since I got on this board, and I'm really glad to see that we're finally getting somewhere. In response to the suggestion from the deputant that we need to speed up boarding at busy streetcar stops, and that his suggestion is the fastest way to do that is to raise the concrete by a couple of inches so that it's a level and we don't have to have the ramps every time. And also just makes it easier and faster for people to get on and off. Are you open to including that in your program, at least an evaluation at the busier stops?
Through the chair, yes, that will be included. We're also, looking at the level boardings, but also near side, far side will be part of that assessment too.
Right. Do you have, and in terms of the point, if you reduce the number of stops, that means more traffic on the other stops. What are you options for facilitating rapid boarding on those fewer stops without increasing fare evasion?
Through the chair, that's exactly part of the analysis will be conducted, or is being conducted. And so our stops and our vehicles can accommodate quite a bit more than often they typically do. But if the volumes are excessive or high, then that's just not going to be a stop that we would remove. And that's kind of the trade-off. And so while we have a standard, we've got to look at how our actual passenger volumes play out on the street. And in some cases might have to make those trade-offs. But we'll look at things like the operations of our doors, how we train our staff, all those things to make sure that we're reducing dwell time and supervision. And I mean, Fort and Rich can speak more to that, but just how we're actually adding supervision to the routes to make sure that those vehicles are moving.
Right. Now, on the question of stop spacing, I know the suggestion has been that there should be a uniform criteria for distance, but the density of residents and jobs around stops is also relevant. And certainly in my ward, we have a large number of very large buildings that put a tremendous load on close space stops. How are you considering the density of residents and jobs in your stop analysis?
Through the chair, that's exactly right. There's a number of factors that kind of that density and volume and passengers on those stops being one of them, but also road configuration, topography, all those kinds of things that will factor in. So we have standards, and they're guidelines. We generally do not meet them now. Our standard is about 300 to 400, and we have stop spacing that is way tighter. But those other factors have to be considered in, so it will not be a pro forma. You shall or must have stops at this spacing. It's the exact kind of factors that you described that will be factored in, but we'll still use that standard as guidance.
So your standard will be a combination of distance and density?
Not just that, but just also even like road configuration. There might be just some places we cannot put a stop or stop a vehicle because a road bends. Right, we're not going to put in a stop there because the standard suggests 300 meters.
Okay.
So all of these factors will be considered.
Right. When you have public consultation, we know it will happen.
Correct.
The people who show up are the people who say, don't take my stop.
100% of the time.
And that's always what happens, because people don't have a motivation to say, I don't care if you take out that stop if it's not my stop. So how are you going to make decisions in the best interest of the system as a whole and listen to the public?
Through the chair, we recognize that conundrum, and we recognize that typically the response is someone feels they're losing a stop. And so part of the work we're doing with we're calling a surface transit toolkit, is to show the trade-offs. What is the benefit to a rider or a customer or even a community by having more fast and frequent service, and actually try to measure that? So when that work is done, when we then next go out to communities to have those conversations, we can talk about what those overall network and customer benefits are, as opposed to it being about one stop at a certain intersection.
Right.
But it's not easy.
It's not easy, but I just suggest that you should have a clear plan for this. A second thing that often slows cars down is people see a car and they want it to wait for them, and they get really mad if it doesn't, if they're running across the street and the streetcar goes. Do you have a clear policy as to when the driver should wait for that individual? Again, it's a trade-off between what that individual wants and the timing on the route.
To my colleague.
Through the chair, I'll try to answer that. I don't believe there's a specific policy. I think that there's a certain level of subjectivity to it. We do expect our operators to operate the trains and the streetcars on time, Commissioner Sachs. I don't believe that there's a policy that says you shall wait every single opportunity, because how long do you wait? Half a minute? Do you wait 15 seconds? Do you wait 10 seconds? It really becomes subjective.
Right, but that's why you may need a policy. Thank you.
Final question. Thank you. Commissioner Matlow.
Through you to Ford, if I may. One of the challenges that we experience is where we have terminus hubs and a streetcar is trying to either go in and go out. It's caught in traffic and it's not getting anywhere. I've prepared a motion in consultation with you, and if you could just speak to how it might be helpful.
Through the chair, yes, I'd be happy to. So as Josh had previously mentioned, Commissioner Matlow, I think through the great support of this board, we've done more on transit signal priority in the last, I want to say 2, 3, 4 months than we have in the previous 20. But there's so much more to do. 11 streetcar routes, many mixed in traffic, 160 bus routes. The city, unfortunately, was not necessarily designed and implemented for a traffic-friendly approach. That being said, because of what we've been able to do collectively, I think we would certainly benefit from the continued, and I do want to be very clear, the City of Toronto through Ashley and Roger have been outstanding to work with in the last several months. So anything we can do to continue that partnership and to continue to build on what we've started, we would gladly take and endorse.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Kim, any questions on this item? No? Okay. I will ask some questions. So I guess my question is to get back to Chad's presentation. I know I've asked the question about near side versus far side, but can you just explain why we put, or generally stops are to be, the ideal places for stops are to be on the far side?
I'll take a first crack and others can join. So through the chair, when you have transit signal priority that is fully activated, that's when the far side stop location really works. And so why you would have seen it placed like that on both lines 5 and 6 is for that exact reason. In a Toronto context, we have, as the deputy mentioned, we have a mix. And so some of it is legacy, probably since, horses were pulling our carriages. And so as we do the work to assess stops balancing, the near side and far side will be part of that. But really what the benefit from a far side stop, which is the convention mostly in the world, is it's really leveraged by actually having full transit signal priority. So that combination is when you get the benefit. So while the data would show on Spadina in some instances a near side stop is enhancing travel time, that's perfectly true. But network-wide, you would prefer to have the combination of far side with fully implemented transit signal priority to accrue the benefits.
Okay. So,
because otherwise you're waiting twice.
Okay, thank you. So in this review, are you looking at whether near side or far side makes the most sense in a Toronto context?
Through the chair, yes, exactly that. The entire review is going to be, we're trying to steer, well, even though we have an academic partner, it's not to be an academic exercise. We want Toronto tailored and specific solutions. So the output would be, how can transit move faster on the surface in Toronto, in the Toronto context? And all of the things that have been mentioned today will be part of that assessment. We also are working on our streetcar master plan, and some of the more technical elements of stop spacing, level boardings, those types of things would also be addressed through that.
And one of the things that's obvious about our streetcars is they don't have their own right-of-way. And they're often competing with vehicles who are in the streetcar lane because someone is parked on the other side of the road. They're stopped. Is that part of the review that will be undertaken? Are you looking at whether streetcars should have more of their own right-of-way, at least in the downtown core?
Through the chair, this will be a toolbox, and that is enforcement and regulation is for sure part of that tool in that box. So is some of the policy that is behind that. And we just know in every part of the world, when a streetcar or bus has priority, the same way, say, a subway would underground, it moves faster.
And would that review also look at on-street parking?
Through the chair, it will look at road uses in general, and just demonstrate where you can gain operating performance benefits with trade-offs around street uses.
Thank you. And then I guess to go back to the speed restrictions, we had some initial pushback from Vision Zero about regarding increasing the speed restrictions on both the LRTs and the streetcars. Can you give an update as to where we are on that in that conversation?
To the chair, I'll take that. So at this point, our internal process, we're very close to, I think April 21st, we have a meeting with the safety, we call it the ORX, the Operational Rules Committee. And in that committee, I believe the proposal, I'm one of the members on that committee, so I want to make sure I got these numbers right. I believe the intention is to increase the speeds in the legacy intersections, not through special track work, but through tangent track works from 25 kilometers to 35 kilometers. And on line 5, it's to go from 25 kilometers, I believe, to 50 kilometers. And on line 6, to go from 25 to 40. The intention here is if it gets approved by this committee from a safety perspective, an exit needs to be operationalized. So in terms of giving a timeline, Chair Myers, I think legacy, it's completely within our control. So if April 21st is a positive, then I would say within a month, you'd probably start seeing some of those changes. If it gets approved for line 5 and line 6, we need to go through Metrolinx because I'm quite confident that at least for line 6, it does require an update to the speed profile, which then requires them to go back to Mosaic, for example, to update the signaling system. So that is a little more of a lengthy process just because we need that done through Metrolinx.
Thank you. And I guess the final question I have is when this is presented to council and the TTC board, I think at the beginning of next year or Q1 2027, is this going to be presented as an overall package rather than sort of individual action items? In the sense that will board members and council members have a sense as to how this all works together to get each individual line moving up faster rather than just a series of, we want to take away this stop, we want to restrict parking here, that kind of thing, which is typically what we've seen in the past.
Through the chair, that's the exact intent. This is to be kind of network-wide, and it is to, again, demonstrate what good or great could look like. Having said that, it will also have kind of the supplemental technical pieces that detail what all those tools look like and explain what they are in as user-friendly as possible a way. But in terms of like what's recommended and what the solutions would be, it's in that broader approach that you described.
Thank you. And just quick final question, if you have it. Do you have the before and after comparative figures for Bathurst south of Bloor regarding rapid TO rollout?
I don't have that off the top, but I can get that for you.
Okay, thank you. We have speakers on this item, Councillor Matlow and then Councillor Sachs.
I have an amendment. And so I want to begin by thanking staff for the work that they're doing on a number of different fronts to get our surface routes moving more quickly and reliably.
I'm sorry, Chair. I just had one quick question, and I
oh, sorry about that.
My camera on.
Hold on then.
Yes, hold on. I'll pause your tech.
Yep.
Please go ahead.
Just a quick question. Thank you. Going back to the question of criteria for removals, if there is a found that a stop should be removed and it is below the service standard, is it still for the board to decide to change the service standard? Like, is that a delegated decision or is it still a governance decision?
Through the chair, I think I heard the question, but you broke up there a bit. So the standard would be something that I would assume would be discussed by the board, but we don't anticipate that, individual stop balancing or direction would be coming to the board.
Okay, so yeah, so if the gap exceeds, if the removal exceeds what the standard says is should be the distance, and we would be making that decision, correct? Or are you going to be proposing, is there something that we need to look at in terms of the service standard? So it's just for these are questions that have come up around St. Clair.
Again, yeah, through the chair. So I think the board discussion would be around what those service standards would be and what those guidelines would be. I don't think that we would be bringing stopped removal recommendations or additions
Right,
to the
just,
board, though?
it's about the governance role would be the service standard. Thank you, that's what I wanted to know.
Thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Okay, Commissioner Matlow, you were at 28 seconds.
So I get to thank staff again for their work on this. The motion that I'm moving and referencing the question that I asked for is really just a contribution to the kind of holistic effort. There's just an issue that we face where we have terminus hubs where whether it be, there's no dedicated lane. There's bad traffic. There's no traffic signal. It's very difficult to get the streetcars in and out of those stations. And so this is about working with transportation services at the city to figure out solutions to those problems. And I appreciate Fort's support and contribution to this motion. Overall, as Josh Cole said earlier, there's been more effort and more work being done on traffic signal priority over the past 2 months than I've seen in a very long time. We can thank, frankly, the exposure of this problem due to Line 6 that really highlighted, what happens when you don't have it, and why it would be a benefit to go even beyond the new LRTs, but really expand it to the wider rail network and see how we can get transit moving no matter where it is. The question around the spaces between our stops, as Commissioner Sachs and Mr. Cole had a conversation about earlier, it's a tough one. And I mean, I face it myself because I represent an area along St. Clair West, and we're having that conversation. Admittedly, there will be some stops where there will be a lot of pushback, and it's going to be really difficult to manage that. But in other cases, we're going to try to make the argument that while you may perceive that you're losing something, meaning a stop that you're accustomed to walking to, if we can successfully make the argument that while that specific location might be lost, your actual experience will be better. And you might have to walk a little bit further, but once you're on, you'll move faster, and it'll actually be good for your life. That is the goal. And if the team here can put together a package that can communicate that effectively, we want to work with you. And I'll, just to kind of shout out to Josh Cole that his experience, I know you never want to remind anyone that you used to be a politician, but his experience recognizing sort of both the public service side of it, but also recognizing the complex conversations that you have when you are an elected representative, I think is a benefit to us all, because there's some empathy, let's say, at the public service side about what we have to work with when we're dealing with residents who may not be ready for change. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing on this. And ultimately, we've had ongoing difficult conversations, whether it be rapid TO on buses or all of these things are difficult. And then you've got the rage baiters who contribute to the conversation, and we're going through a really difficult conversation about this. That being said, though, I think if we can do this well, I think if we can demonstrate to the public, not just about taking one stop, but in general, why we all benefit, not just transit riders, but car drivers, frankly, by getting transit moving faster and more reliably, we'll be able to show people that it's good for everyone. Because if you're a driver and you don't want as many drivers competing with you on that lane that you're driving in, the more people who are choosing transit as the better way, it's actually a benefit to you. Just like more people who choose to bike, it's a benefit to you as a driver. More people who are able to walk, and we have real complete neighborhoods where people can walk to wherever they want to get to. That means fewer people competing on the road with you when you're a driver. So this isn't, if we frame this correctly, I think, let's try to get away from the culture war about, are you pro-transit or pro-car or pro-bike or pro-walking? But it's about how do you create a multimodal city where we're actually providing transit that that actually is an alternative that people choose. And if we can do that, I think we build a really healthy society. So I'm really happy that this work is being done, and I'm really happy to support the efforts of staff.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Any questions on the mover? Clarification of the item? No? Okay. Commissioner Sachs.
Yes, thank you, everybody. They say every success has many mothers. There have been a lot of people contributing to bring this issue to the fore, including, of course, Steve Monroe and John English, who's been very effective in drawing public attention to the problem. In addition, I think we need to give credit to the UITP folks. So this board, we asked for the UITP international peer review, and they came in and they were the ones who made it really clear that we have the slowest streetcar system in the world. And a lot of the reasons why, including the fact that we're one of the only systems trying to run in mixed traffic, and that we allow parking along the streets where the streetcars are, and as well as the many other problems we've talked about. And of course, we've also had the motions and the changes that I've been making slowly over the last couple of years at Dundas and at Spadina, which has gradually built up some experience and some evidence, and of course working with Roger and his team, that we can in fact make some of these changes that we had a learned helplessness about at the TTC for many, many years. And so now that we have evidence that we can make improvements and that it makes a noticeable difference, and that it makes a noticeable difference in a fairly short period of time, and that people care about it, we have a moment, a window to make things better. John English made, I think, again, another really, really important point, which is that the public mandate for these changes depends on most people having an overall better experience, and that outweighing the small number of people who are angry about their stop. Which is why he emphasized we can't just pick off one stop at a time, like the one at Tweedsmuir, or the one in front of Timothy Eaton, or the one at Vaughan, which are three of the most egregiously very close stops. Unless people who get on then have a much better experience. And so we do need this to be dealt with in a cohesive and integrated way, so that the numbers show up better, so that Steve can write about numbers that are better, and so that it's so people are so much more attuned to what's wrong to what's good, right? We've had really significant improvements on the St. Clair streetcar line in the last year. I see them every day. But people don't write about that because they take for granted that it ought to work correctly. And they take for granted, older people especially, that it ought to work the way they remember when our streets were much less crowded, and the transit system did operate better. So we've got a tough job. I agree with my colleague, of course. There's very glad that Josh Cole has had the experience of being in our shoes as he thinks about how to deliver something that we've got a chance of surviving. But we need it to, and we need it to work, and we need it.
Commissioner Sachs,
Yes.
are you moving a motion?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry,
Yes, I'm
sorry
moving
to
a
ruin
motion.
your train of thought.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, I do want to move a motion. I wanted to thank the deputant for suggesting again that one of the things we need to do is raise the level of the stops. This is, of course, an important issue. And it does make a lot of sense because we know the ramps are really, really slow down the streetcar and create huge bunching and gapping problems and reliability problems and other things. And we also know it just slows people down. Getting up and down, if you've got any kind of mobility limitations, anything you're hauling or pulling or carrying, you're carrying your groceries, you can't see your feet. I mean, it's all much more difficult than if there's a level spot. And having pushed a big guy in a wheelchair and a stroller, and I mean, there's a lot of things that are really hard to get up and down in the streetcar. And so, especially at the busier stops, this makes really good sense, and it's I mean, I'm no engineer, but it looks like just concrete. You pour some more concrete. You probably have to do more than that. But having it higher looks a heck of a lot easier than a lot of the other things that we're talking about here. So, so I do have a motion asking, thank you. It's a good suggestion. Let's see if we can make it part of the plan. And do as many of the things that are not too hard that make this larger picture work better. Streetcar riders deserve a better service than they're getting. It is getting better. I do want to recognize the incredibly hard work of TTC and transit staff since Josh and Roger came to the Audit and Risk Management Committee to launch this project a year and a half ago. Great progress. We need much more. Please be integrated and complete about it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to thank Josh Cole for also being a concrete mason. He will be out there raising the levels of our concrete. That is how good he is.
Thank you for that. Any?
Mr. Chair, can I
Yes.
speak for a moment?
Do you want to speak or a question? Just clarification of the motion. Are you good? Nobody?
No,
okay.
no, I'm good with emotions.
So,
Thank you. I just wanted to speak to the question of why we need to do this work. There were consultations that were held by TTC, and I supported with everything that I had regarding stops on St. Clair West, on St. Clair, the whole line. But I talked to riders at St. Clair West Station. I rode and talked with riders on the streetcars. I went to streetcar stops. I went to the stops that were the greatest candidate for removal. And I don't think that people would ever disagree with the idea that we want the streetcar to move faster and to be on time. And at the time, the things that mattered the most were for the process to really make sense, for there to be a real policy rationale that came with it, for it to be like a vision across the board that they could understand, and also to ensure that what would happen to the decommissioned stops, what would be done with them, how would we know signage can be a problem. I think it's really important to do this work and do it well. The question of the service standards and whether an attempt to speed up the streetcar might impact that was also brought up, and I think it's really important to go out, make the case, and ensure that we're doing so in a way that the public can really see and understand the improvements. And finally, I'll say that the service improvements, the better line management on the 512 is a proof of concept that was needed, and it's starting to show results. And I think this will be really important trust building to move forward on this, to make sure that we're doing everything possible to provide a better, faster ride, especially on a dedicated right of way. Thanks.
thank you, Commissioner Bravo. Any other speakers? No. Commissioner Jagdeo? No? Okay. So I will speak very briefly. I just have a small amendment. Christine, if you could just put it up. So it's just that in the report back to the TTC Board in Q1 2027, that there's also a communications plan about the changes in terms of how we're going to actually explain to the public what we're doing and how we're actually going to sell it to the public, in that this will actually make your trip better even if you do lose your stop. Again, I just want to echo Councillor Matlow, Councillor Sachs, and say, there's a lot of great work that has gone into this, and I want to give a special shout out to Roger Brown that I see in the back, who has been doing a lot of work to get us to this place. I said in one of my remarks that I am not the first TTC chair who's brought up this issue, but I hopefully will be the last who has to talk about this, because this has been something that has been dragging on for quite a long time. And again, I also want to echo Councillor Sachs's statement to say, thank you to the UITP who did the report, did the study, who concluded concretely that we do have the slowest streetcars in the world, ended that debate, and allowed us to move forward. And we have seen rapid progress in this. There's a lot of good work on the horizon, but again, I think there's a huge shout out that has to go to staff in terms of we are making real progress that people can feel. I think it's also going to be equally important that with that progress, we also have a solid communications plan explaining to people what we are doing and why we're doing this, and really selling people the vision that, we want the streetcars to actually be rapid transit in the experience, not in just the name. And right now that's not the case, but we are moving in that direction, and I'm very, very excited and proud to see this effort come to life. Good job to everyone. Thank you. Any questions? No, I think we can take all three amendments on the item as amended. All in favor? Approved. Great, thank you. We're finishing a bit early. I'm wondering if we want to just go to item, what is it? We have one deputant on the amendments to the TTC records who I believe is here. If we can just do that and then go for lunch. And then we'll come back at 1:30 and we'll go straight into confidential session. I thought lunch was at 1. Yeah, so okay, so we'll do this right now. The gentleman's right here. So we are on item TTC 14.13, amendments to the TTC Records Retention Schedule Municipal Code, Chapter 219, Records Corporate Local Boards. Hello, Mr. So Dr. Michelle Mercereau, Faculty of Information, University of Toronto. Mercereau, sorry about that. Please go ahead, you have 5 minutes. Can you speak on, is the mic on?
Sorry. Are we good now? Here we go.
Great.
Okay. I'm here to offer comment and caution to the board on the proposed updates to the TTC's records retention schedule, which underwent a comprehensive review last in 2015, before the most recent review that is the subject of this agenda item. Now, the TTC's record retention obligation colors a lot of the discussion we're having today around records release and incident compliance and auditing. These obligations are governed by the Toronto Municipal Code Chapters 217, 219, in addition to MFIPA, which you're all familiar with. I also recognize that the recommendations contained in the agenda item have undergone compliance review by General Counsel. I'm here to caution the board that the recommendations for classification and categorization of transitory records, in particular, page 3 of the report, contained in attachment 2, does create friction with the TTC's obligations under MFIPA. And the risk destruction of records that have probative value for future audits, oversight, and impact assessments. The stated rationale provided by staff is to align with Chapter 219 of the Toronto Municipal Code, in addition to following operational guidance provided by SIMS. The problem is that the classification for transitory records that's being proposed by the TTC bears little resemblance to the municipal code itself, as written, and will allow records of operational substance to be destroyed within 24 hours based on format rather than substantive content of the record. This is a significant risk to the public record. This represents a significant expansion of the transitory record category as compared to the TTC's 2015 baseline, in addition to city protocols. In practical terms, This means that the bulk of operational discussions, even if they signify how major decisions came to be, will be pre-classified as disposable based on the platform or medium, whether through instant or text messaging. Let me clarify the risks with a clear potential scenario. Two employees having a quick chat about a minor technical adjustment to a station entrance over instant messaging might feel this is insignificant to a project manager, or a project manager might feel that information is insignificant. And because it's on instant messaging, and that is now in the list of prescribed transitory records formats, it's technically considered transitory itself and subject to destruction within 24 hours. 3 years later, that adjustment leads to a multi-million-dollar cost overrun. We should be familiar with these types of issues. Or a safety issue. Now that insignificant chat has significant evidentiary value. While General Counsel has provided guidance, again, I recognize that, on these recommendations, they are nonetheless inconsistent with the formal guidance of the Information Privacy Commissioner of Ontario, who has cautioned in 2016 and 2018 against defining transitory records based on the formats proposed here, because it does risk in and of itself creating a catch-all category for destructible records. This is not what the Municipal Code, SIMS, or the legislation intends. To be clear, the recommendation applies to classification by format, not by substantive content of the record. This is not contemplated by the legislation. Item 1413 contains two clauses, no bearing and integral, that provide legal cover for the recommendation. However, it is my opinion that putting the onus on staff to determine the content of records based on future evidentiary value is unreasonable. And without clear direction to protect the integrity of records, this will foster a culture of ambiguity in records classification that will naturally favor their destruction. My goal today is not just to criticize, but to make concrete and actionable recommendations. So consider this low-hanging fruit. I have 4 simple suggestions. Number 1, on page 3, remove the word includes as an operative term ahead of the listed inventory, and replace with something to the effect of may include subject to consultation with the Office of Accountability. Number 2, remove list items B, F, and G, which are most problematic for associating destructibility with a format or a platform as opposed to record content. Number 3, amend the description of drafts by removing the first sentence. At no time has the IPCO ever determined that drafts are, as a category, are transitory. Never. Instead, staff should emphasize that any documents created in the evolution of a policy or decision, draft or otherwise, have evidentiary and probative value and are not automatically subject to destruction. Lastly, I appreciate the need to provide clear guidance to non-specialist personnel in the organization, but it is critical that ambiguity favor records retention and not destruction. And this needs to be made explicit in the proposal in front of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mercereau. Vice Chair?
Just conscious that I'm sensing some folks want to go. Could you just tell us about your competence in this area?
Well, I'm a public...
You speak with the ring of truth to people who don't have this expertise, so I'm just want to check that out.
Are you asking for my academic credentials?
Yeah, the professional space from which you speak.
Okay, well, I have a doctorate in information science and information studies from the Faculty of Information. I'm a public policy scholar, and I instruct in the public policy concentration. I'm also a former City of Toronto employee, senior management consultant in the Technology Policy Division at TSC.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mercereau. So I've just spoken with our clerk and our general counsel. Would you be willing to stay back? We'll hold the item to make any changes that you think are needed, and then we'll make those changes when we come back.
Sure.
Okay, thank you. And then, Chris Ann, if you could just post the motion that when we come back, we'll go straight into confidential session. And thank you for your presentation. It did ring true. I knew your credentials because I saw the list, but that. So Chrisanne has just posted the item to come back in confidential session. All those in favor? Great, thank you. So we are recessed and we will come back at 1:30. We are back in public session, so just to keep things moving, can we just, I'll move the edits, I guess, to the amendments to the information records retention. You can just display those? Yep. Okay. All those in favor? Opposed? Okay, carried. Item is amended. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, thank you. And then litigation update, item TTC 14.8, which is considered in camera. Can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? I'll move it. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. TTC 14.9, collective bargaining update, which was considered in camera. Can I have a motion to adopt the report recommendations? Thank you, Commissioner Kim. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We will do I need a formal motion? Yeah. So I will make a motion to defer item TTC 14.10, CEO performance and objectives, to our next meeting. I will move that motion. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Great. 14.6? Yeah. So, and then we will move to item TTC 14.6, financial and major projects update for the year ended December 31st, 2025, which was just considered in camera. Does anyone have questions? No? Speakers? No? Okay, thank you. Can I have I'll move the motion to adopt the report recommendations. All those in favor? Carried. Okay. Yes, so now we will move to, we'll go back to TTC fare collection update, which we just considered in camera, and we have a speaker on this item, Adam Cahoon. Adam.
Oh, we're starting.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Adam, welcome. Is he on?
Yeah, he's on.
Okay, Adam, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, please.
Hello. I'm just gonna need to turn down my TV. Just give me a minute. Computer, mute the TV. Okay. The main thing I wanted to say is, and I am a little, the two main things I wanted to say is that I do understand all of this stuff is under confidentiality of Metrolink, but I still think more due diligence should be actually giving a summary of some of the issues in a non-confidential manner, so that it isn't like an open season for us to not understand the issue. That's why I am coming to you with a big whack of the concerns, because I do not know what issues, even if they were already dealt with in camera, are being actually dealt with. And there are board members and other people in the community that want to eliminate the cash fare and stuff, but I don't see any effort being put in to actually make a wider network of options for people to get the even a temporary ticket or other things other than saying, oh, go to Shopper Dynamite or Canada Post. And in both places right now, that is probably the same spot. And there are definitely issues when it comes to equity and issues that some people in the community feel the poverty reduction strategy could fill you in on a lot of these issues, because there are definitely issues when somebody is caught for shoplifting, that they are basically given the scarlet letter from Shoppers Drug Mart. So I definitely think that even if these issues can't be talked about in public, that we do have to find other ways to consult the community, and if the TTC does want to eliminate the car fare, we need to make that a separate item and have proper dialogue on that. That is the end of my deputation. Thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Any questions? No? Seeing none, thank you very much for joining us. That concludes the deputations on this report. Does anyone have any questions of staff for public session? No? Anyone like to speak on the item? No? Okay. Seeing no further speakers, yeah. Oh, sorry, you have a motion. I do. Sorry.
That is my motion. I move the motion.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of the mover? No? Okay. No, it's in there. Yes, okay. So I have a motion as well. This motion I worked on with staff. Any questions? No? Okay, I will take the item as a package. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Okay, great. So now we will go to item TTC 14.4, TTC Special Constable Service 2025 Annual Report, and we have speakers on this item, beginning with Daniel Tate. Go ahead, Daniel, you have 5 minutes.
Good afternoon. I'd like to start with the customary taxpayer acknowledgement. Although we are gathered in different places, we acknowledge the humble and often abused Toronto taxpayer who labors for their bread day in and day out and relinquishes a growing amount of their income to a city bureaucracy that is expanding faster than the rate of the observable universe. We acknowledge and respect their lived experience and commit to their equity needs as the funders of this entire operation. Now, to get to the topic at hand, the annual report for 2025 for the Special Constables. Just a quick reminder for those in the room that the TTC budget for fiscal 26 is $3 billion. The price tag for the Special Constable Service is $29 million. I read the report. There's some interesting statistics that I'd like to hone in on for the decision makers here in the room, including 236 people arrested, charged, and apprehended under the criminal code. 4 reports for public urination and defecation on the system, 11 reports for smoking on TTC property, 1 for indecent exhibition, 1 for loitering, 3 reports for carrying a concealed weapon, and 0, I repeat, 0 for narcotics possession or trafficking. This is directly from the annual report. I'm sure these numbers are quite pleasing to the TTC board and their leadership. Now, since the Special Constables are all about public safety and ensuring we have a safe transit system, let's see what safety on the transit system looks like. This was taken a couple weeks ago. This individual is urinating on the platform at Spadina Station. Here we have the 505 streetcar. We have a used needle and what looks like remnants of fentanyl on the fabric seats. Here we have an individual with their trousers at their knees. Their penis is fully exposed to all the passengers. Here we have, this one's very interesting. Here we have an individual smoking from their city-funded, taxpayer-issued crystal meth pipe, smoking on the subway without a care in the world. And somebody, another passenger, is right behind them, completely unperturbed by this shocking act. This goes to show the degree of normalization of this type of disorder that passengers and riders are seeing on a day-to-day basis. Here we have a TTC worker cleaning up feces from the subway station. I'm not sure if this was a part of their job description. Here we have an individual masturbating on the 509 streetcar only 3 or 4 weeks ago. And last but not least, we have another individual loitering, panhandling on the subway, also committing full indecent exposure with his pants falling off and his butt crack showing. So when we're talking about the special constables, we have to talk about them in the context of what TTC riders are seeing on a day-to-day basis. And what I just showed you is tip of the iceberg. So when we look at the 2025 statistics, we have to ask ourselves, why are these numbers so artificially low? 0 for narcotics possession, 0 for trafficking, 1 for loitering, 1 for indecent exhibition. You can find these numbers on the system on an hourly basis. So we have to question the data that's being produced in this annual report. The Special Constable Service remains steadfast in its duty to foster a safe and inclusive environment for TTC riders and employees. That's its mandate. Citizens would beg to differ. The TTC is clearly not safe. A few more questions before we wrap up here. Again, why is the data so low? Why has public safety declined on the TTC? Why has an environment of impunity taken hold? Why is the TTC now basically a de facto homeless shelter? That's what it is. Why is the TTC a rampant drug den where people feel that they can smoke meth, fentanyl, carry concealed knives, and do it with utter impunity? They're not scared of the special constables. And maybe the special constables aren't even inclined to write reports, because the other thing that the annual report said is if a special constable uses force, they have to write 3 reports. That's a lot of administrative work. So what incentive are they going to have to actually handle business on the subway if they're going to be burdened with all this administrative paperwork if they have to use force? Another thing that I found bothering in this report is he had a picture of a fan in a Dodger jersey on page 20. After the debacle of what happened after Game 7 last year, when riders got stranded, there should not be a Dodger jersey in the Special Constable annual report. That's a screw up. So anyways, a lot of people are wondering what's going on.
You're at time.
And we want a safe, reliable TTC. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next we have Nile Kavuku, and then after that we have Ann Borden. Nile? Not online? Okay, we'll hold that. Ann Borden?
Hello, councillors, citizen members, and all. Thank you, Daniel, too, who just preceded me. Thank you all for your time today. My name is Ann Borden King. I am an immigrant, a proud Canadian, and a concerned Torontonian. When my son was young, back in 2017, 2018, we decided to teach him all about the TTC, and he instantly became a transit kid. He memorized routes, and as we rode, we had friendly conversations with TTC staff and other riders. It was a wonderful opportunity to know and feel welcome in our city and to use transit for its ecological and quality of life benefits. We use the TTC to get everywhere. But in the past few years, our city government took a sharp swerve and decided to focus on programs that promote drug addiction by offering addicts tens of millions of dollars in free drug paraphernalia and state-sponsored drug injection sites that increase addiction and death for addicts and attract crime to the city by every study and metric. The city's policy of enabling addiction has caused significant issues on our transit, with more crime, addiction, violence, and fear. To make it worse, police were defunded in the early days of the Chow administration. One of her campaign points was that frontline staff and customer service agents should be dealing with crime on transit instead of police or even special constables. I remember in 2023 when my son heard about Gabriel Magales, the youth who was stabbed by a stranger on a subway platform. It was a horrific event, one that should have brought meaningful change to city policy. And I wanted to reassure my son that things would change. But nothing really changed. And a year later, my son was mugged, and there was no one there to help him. And I had to have another kind of conversation with him. If you look around on the subway today, there are no more friendly conversations, no smiles. We all ride silently with a shared sense of dread because the nightmare of state-sponsored drug addiction is all around us. Parents today teach their children these lessons: how to respond when meth addicts are stumbling in the aisles, hold your breath if someone is smoking it near you, how to get away on a subway car, what to do when you hear someone screaming violently, and how to defend yourself against a knife attack. If you want to read a good essay about this problem in another city like ours, please check out last week's New York Times essay entitled "San Francisco Sobers Up." As San Franciscans can attest, it's never too late for a city council to admit it was wrong and change course. If we're going to restore safety and public confidence in transit, we need city policies that end addiction, and we need a robust law enforcement presence on transit, ready to act like other cities have. It is not too late for Toronto. There are thousands of parents like me, and this fall, we will be campaigning for councillors who take these problems seriously. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne. And I'm sorry to hear about your son getting mugged. Any questions for the deputant? Oh, thank you very much for coming down.
Thank you.
Next, we have Aldo Carinci online. So we have Aldo, and then just to tee them up, next is Paulo Gomez. So Aldo, go ahead. You have 5 minutes, please.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I wanted to say thank you for the comments from other individuals there. My name is Aldo Carinci. I'm an owner, operator, managing director of health and safety with a company here in Toronto. I've been a resident, born and raised here in Toronto with family, 3 kids. We help identify risks and implement controls and ensure safety systems are actually working in real conditions, not just documented. And I'll be direct with the TTC in regards to how clear signs of exposures are there. And this is not just an opinion. This is your own data, which supports, and a lot of mention of that in the last couple of speakers. But also at the same time, it clearly identifies that there's certainly a huge risk associated with, it's not about awareness because people know what's going on. It's the issue of control and accountability. So because what riders are seeing right now, open substance abuse, unsanitary conditions, unpredictable and sometimes violent behavior is no longer isolated. It's becoming part of the environment. And unfortunately, when risk becomes normalized, your safety standards drop. As an expert in health and safety for organizations, this is not a perception. This is basically a system control issue. And your frontline staff are responding tens of thousands of incidents. We see this on a regular basis. They're doing their job as best as they can. But the operating system, where enforcement is inconsistent, outcomes are unclear, and expectations are not applied the same way across the board. And from a safety standpoint, this creates variability. And variability is risk. So there's also discussion around expanding discretion, which obviously recommends it in the report, where it's going to be within the enforcement roles, and that's the correct position because discretion is not control. Structure is control. When you rely too heavily on discretion without clear standards and enforcement, you don't have flexibility, you get inconsistency. And then when inconsistency happens, it creates exposure. So with training, you do have training because we have been involved with TTC on a regular basis with some safety training. But let me be clear, training is not the full solution. It's competency, meaning an expectation being enforced, our behaviors being corrected in real time. Is anyone verifying the standards are being done? This is all part of due diligence. And it's not what's written only and what's delivered, it's actually what's demonstrated out there. And based on what's happening daily, there's a gap. You increase staffing, you've increased visibility. Those are positive steps, but presence also does not reduce risk. Control, enforcement, and accountability do. And this is where I want to be very clear with the committee and the chair is making sure that accountability does not stop with frontline staff. We're talking about frontline staff. It sits at this table. It sits with leadership. It sits with city council. It sits with the mayor. This is because the conditions are known and the data is clear. The risks are there. But we continue to talk about how safe the environment is, which is not the case. It's a leadership issue. The public sees it. You can reference plans and funding initiatives, pet projects that you guys are doing, but there's a growing gap between what's being said and what people are experiencing. And then safety perception becomes reality. So right now, the perception is the standards are declining and the perception is being driven by real repeated conditions. This is not about effort because there are people within the system doing their best, but effort does not reduce risk. It's controls, enforcement, accountability does. And right now, the system is reacting more than preventing, and standards are not being applied consistently, and certain risks are being allowed to become part of normal operations. And this is not sustainable because once risk becomes normalized, it becomes much harder to bring that standard back. And at the end of the day, an effective safety system is pretty simple. If you are identifying risk early, which we've identified it, you apply controls consistently, you verify competency, and then you enforce accountability at every level. It's not just the frontline staff. And if those elements are not aligned, the system is exposed. And when public systems like this are exposed, it's a huge impact overall. It doesn't affect only one individual. It affects the workers, the riders, and the entire city as a whole. And if this would happen in a private sector situation, there would be a lot of questions to be answered, and obviously the outcome would be a lot different than what we see today. So this is not about perception, not about my opinion. This is about reality, and it requires action. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you. We have a question. Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you for your presentation. And certainly we're aware that there is drug use, mental illness on the system. I've been working very hard over the last 2 years to bring back fare enforcement. There was a complete drop of fare enforcement was abandoned during COVID. I made sure it's back. We're putting a lot of effort into fare enforcement. We're putting a lot of effort into the special constables. Had a lot of effort into the station managers to make sure that they know that non-paying riders shouldn't be allowed into the system. What I don't hear from you is what controls do you say are missing? What exactly is it that you're saying we're not doing?
So part of control and part of recognizing the actual what reality is that individuals I go off of what my kids are telling me in a lot of cases. They're using the TTC, unfortunately, on a regular basis. We try to help them out with getting to these places, but they see a lot. They see it on a regular basis. They're going down to university for their schooling. And a lot of the times is the controls are there. Don't get me wrong. The controls are there, but I think part of the issue is that not only the special constables, they're not everywhere, of course, unfortunately, but there's a lot that we don't see. And I think even Daniel mentioned it earlier that, it's a tip of the iceberg. There's a lot more going on in those locations when it comes to people are evading, people are still coming onto the subways without paying. There's a lot of that going on. A lot of the controls that I'm talking about is more about accountability on the part of, hey, you know what? It's not only the frontline staff that's dealing with it. What are we doing to ensure that accountability is there on every single level? Because a lot of times when you talk to a counselor or you talk to individuals within the city, they seem to know, but they really don't know because they probably don't even ride the subway in some cases. You know, and I've seen this before in my past life with working with different individuals in the city. So it's, I think, a matter of like, yeah, controls are there, but who's actually looking at this? I deal with health and safety on a regular basis, and I do know some great individuals within not only the TTC but in the city. But it's very overwhelming because the city has gotten so much bigger, and I think we've kind of let things go a lot more than when I used to grow up. If somebody was a nuisance on the subway, that person was arrested on a regular basis. And here you see it on a regular basis. You look online, look at the videos, look at the live stuff that's going on. So that's the control that I'm talking about. It's just what's reality and what we're actually talking about are two different things in some cases. So I would love to continue the conversation. You know, with any individual and help them out. I have no problem doing that, but I would definitely be able to help assure you that there's some things there that you could probably do that you're not doing right now.
Well, if you have any specifics, please do let us know. I can assure you that this board rides the TTC very, very regularly. The TTC staff ride the TTC regularly. We see what's there. We know what's there. We use the Safe TTC. We analyze it. We ask about it. So the suggestion that we don't know, don't ride it, don't see is not true. But if you have specific suggestions for something we're not doing, please send it to us. Thank you very much.
Oh, absolutely. I will do that. That's not a problem.
Thank you. Any other questions for Aldo? No? Okay. Nile is here, I understand? Nile, are you there online? I see you. You're muted.
Hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Nilay Kavukcu. I've been living in Toronto for 10 years with my family. I'm a computer engineer, a law-abiding resident who pays her taxes and contributes to the city. I expect, at the very least, to feel safe in public spaces. I'm not affiliated with any political party or organization, and this is the first time I've ever spoken at a hearing like this, so please forgive me if I can't give a very suitable speech for this meeting. I'm just here to share my point of view as a regular citizen. I'm here because the situation on the TTC has become unacceptable. I can honestly say that I no longer feel safe using the TTC, and neither do the people around me. Silence of people should not be mistaken for agreement. Many people stay quiet because they feel speaking up won't lead to a change. See something, say something, right? But no one cares to do it anymore. I understand that individuals struggling with addiction or mental health issues may not be removed from public transport unless they harm others. What I find most concerning is the definition of harm. I'm asking you clearly what qualifies as harm. A few months ago, I was on a streetcar with my 7-year-old son. A man, likely homeless and under the influence of drugs, had his pants down, exposing himself. He was yelling, swearing, and behaving erratically. My son was terrified and confused. He asked me why he could see the man's private parts and whether that was acceptable. It was so difficult for me to explain. On one hand, we teach our children about respect, boundaries, and appropriate behavior at schools. On the other hand, here we are in the presence of someone's bottom in the middle of the day where nobody does anything about it. How hypocritical of us. This is not a minor issue. This is not something that should be tolerated in any public space, especially one used by families and children. Every passenger on that streetcar was visibly uncomfortable, yet no one intervened. People looked away because they have lost confidence that anything will be done. My son became so distressed and he begged to get off, so we did. Since that day, he refuses to take the streetcar. So I ask again, is this not harm? In the report, it says like it's going to be more patrols on the streetcars, but my husband uses the streetcar every single day, and he says he cannot see any petrol on the streetcar. I really wonder why the rights of like these drug abusers, mentally ill people, and homeless people are considered before the rights of people like me and my son. Why am I being punished for being a decent citizen of the society? And what about the rights of my child? And what about my rights to use the public transport without fear? I follow the rules. I pay my taxes. I pay my fares. I respect others. I should not have to tolerate unsafe, unsanitary, and distressing conditions in return. It's not just about one incident. Believe me when I say this, everyone in my community feels this way. I urge you to recognize seriousness of the situation and take meaningful action because as it stands, the current approach is not working. I understand the importance of compassion and human rights. While empathy matters, clear limits are needed. Drug use, public defecation, and using the TTC as a shelter should not be tolerated. Why are we even paying for the shelters then? To be absolutely clear about how serious this is, let me share another example. My older son, now in grade 8, is a nice, naive kid and a good student. He took the test for a specialized program. He passed the test and has been offered a seat in Bloor Collegiate Institute TOPS program, an opportunity we should have celebrated without hesitation, right? Instead, we nearly turned it down. Not because of the school, not because of the program, but because of the TTC. He would need to take the subway on his own every day. And our only concern was his safety on the TTC. Oh, is he going to sit on a needle that a drug abuser left behind? Or is he going to inhale meth? Or is he going to attack by a drug abuser or a mentally ill person or a homeless person? These were the things that we were thinking about. It is troubling that access to a strong educational opportunity is overshadowed by fear of the transit system that is meant to get him there safely. This is not how families should feel. Thank you.
Thank you, Nyla, for your deputation. Are there any questions, Commissioner Sachs?
Yeah, Nina, thank you very much for coming and saying what we know. You're absolutely right, and this is not tolerable, and I can assure you I'm doing everything I possibly can about it, but we do need to hear from people like you, and so thank you for coming.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, Nyla. Are there any other questions? No, I will just say, Nyla, I'm very sorry that your son had that experience, and it shouldn't be a thought of whether or not your son's able to access a gifted program because he's afraid to be on the TTC. As a high school student myself, I did track meets. I grew up in Scarborough. I did track meets in Etobicoke. And that was such a big part of my life, and I got there through TTC, and it never occurred to me that it wasn't safe. So I'm very sorry that your son doesn't have that same privilege that I had.
Oh, I'm sorry too.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Paulo Gomez. Okay. Next, we have Colby Badwar, and then after that, we have David Arno. Colby, do you want to go? Go ahead.
Okay, if I can just get my slide deck up. Perfect, okay. So this is the fourth year, I think, that I'm delivering this presentation, but first time that our new CEO is going to see it, so I hope this is useful for you, Mr. Alali. So this is on TTC safety and security statistics. So first up here, this graph, this is weapons calls on the system. So the red line is arrests and occurrences by TTC special constables, blue by TPS, and purple is the two combined. Yellow is ridership unlinked trips via APTA. So you can see weapons calls are flat over this past year, but still very significantly elevated over what they were pre-pandemic. This is assaults, all categories, including sexual assaults as well. So assaults are at a new record high this year after a very marginal drop experienced in the last year. This is year-end total arrests and occurrences. So that new record high here of almost 4,500 incidents. I would say this is an undercount, though, of the true amount of crime on the system. Every day there's passengers that are being victimized and report that incident to a TTC employee, but they decide that they don't want to pursue that matter with police or special constables because that typically takes a long time. It takes hours sometimes for special constables to arrive, or TPS as well. Typically, it could be pretty low priority for them to show up. So that's their right to not pursue that report with law enforcement. But when that happens, that's not captured in TTC data sets really. So we don't have a full picture of all the incidents that are happening on the system. But instead, we can look at calls for service. So you can see that there's 36 calls for service this past year. And I'd say thousands of those are being left unanswered, as I said, because it takes a long time for special constables typically to respond to incidents. Emergency vehicle status would be very helpful to improve those attendance rates and response times. But TTC special constables don't have that right now. We'll get into that in a moment. So here, this is calls for services, again, with enforcement actions graphed in yellow, and then uniform strength in the purple line at the bottom. So same as last year, pretty much. There's one extra officer this year over last year, according to the report. You can see I've gone over this in the past. There was a massive decline in enforcement actions in 2019. And that bottomed out in 2021. It's rebounded somewhat since then, but right now, this year, it's still not reached the previous levels that it was at in 2018, even with almost double the complement. So TTC officers are a lot less proactive than they were historically. They're just making fewer arrests and enforcement actions, which, as the previous deputy noted, there's a lot of sort of administrative burden and a lot of sort of pressure from management to not take those actions. And so you can see that reflected in the data. So here, this is a comparison with our peers on how many officers TTC has versus other networks, and this is adjusted. It's a ratio with annual ridership, so it's not absolute figures. So you can see TTC actual on the red at the far right. We have over 6 million annual riders per one in-house officer here at TTC. And you can see that's very far behind the rest of the pack. So graphed in blue, that's what it would look like if TTC had 180 officers, which is what the organization had planned to have in 2011, and then that plan was canceled by previous administrations. If we had 300 officers, we would still just be a little bit behind STM, and then you can go down the list. You can see how many officers Washington, D.C. has relative to their ridership. So we're really, really, really far behind the rest of our peers here in North America, and that's something that needs to change. So recommendations. So last year, when this meeting was before the board, Chair Myers had put up a motion to get TTC Special Constable's emergency vehicle status, and that motion passed, and it was directed to staff to implement that. Here we are a year later, nothing's been done. I would posit that management is just really not putting any sort of priority on this, not understanding how it needs to be implemented. I have it listed all here. You just need to amend the existing special constable agreement with the TPS board. Very simple. I've listed all the relevant statutes in the HGA that would need to be included in such a report. The TTC already has this. They have a position paper from 2016 on all of these that can be resubmitted to the TPS board. You can ask them, please consider immediately at your next meeting, approve this. Let's get this implemented. Let's get this moving. I mean, really, this is something that should have been done in advance of the World Cup to get these extra powers and authorities for TTC officers so they can respond to incidents in a timely fashion. And it's very unfortunate that a year has been wasted after the chair of this commission gave direction to staff, and staff have not really acted in good faith on that direction. So that would conclude my presentation. Happy to take any questions. Happy to help with this, getting this position paper written up if staff are confused about how that needs to happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Colby. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner Sachs?
I just want to say very helpful.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Always a pleasure, Colby. Any other questions? No? Okay. Is David Arnault here? No? Gabrielle, you're here? You're next. She's going to go as the first outside counselor.
Just before my time begins here, I just yeah, I will. But before my time begins, I just want to just say that there was somebody here earlier who had who is, let's say, hard of standing, and I requested a chair be brought in for them, but because this was a disability spot, they weren't allowed to place a chair here for somebody who struggled to stand. I also want to acknowledge the group over here who was speaking when the disabled person was very difficult to hear. And I also caught you on camera whispering at the same time while somebody else was talking about safety. It's kind of an issue here. I also wasn't here on invitation.
Gabrielle, do you want to get to your presentation?
I will in just a second.
No, do you want to get to your
on invitation?
Gabrielle?
There was no.
Please get to your deputation.
I will absolutely do
Thank
so.
you.
Just to say that there was no invitation to be here. There were no sandwich boards. There were no notices. There was not even any given
Gabrielle,
accurate.
I'm going to ask you one more time
If you
to
let
please.
me finish my sentence, I'll be able to begin my
get to your deputation.
Sure, no problem.
Thank you.
Okay. You have me filming?
Yeah, you should start.
Can you film me? Is that okay? Sure. Yeah? No, I've got my notes on here. Is that all right?
Go, please start.
Okay. My name is Gabriel Karakash, and I am a messenger here to deliver a message on behalf of the people of Toronto and TTC staff, our hardworking staff, their perceptions and the reality at large. So, as I was mentioning, I wasn't invited here. There were no notices, there were no signage, no time for a real human being to reorganize their life and be here, nor did you schedule this meeting at an appropriate time to demonstrate an outward appearance of making a sincere effort to engage the community. So it shouldn't have been luck that I'm standing here, but it was. And that gives a lot of context for the state of the report we are here to discuss. Unfortunately, I don't have time for specifics. The upcoming subject matter urgently demands your attention. The level of discipline to hear it properly is the minimum level to understand it fully. There is a lot at stake if you miss the mark. Before I begin, the pronunciation is Winona. That's Winona. It may seem unrelated, but it's not. Now listen carefully. When I say the word culture, many people born before the internet will think first of race, but that's only a surface level, okay? Cultural sensitivity, as well, is the ability to understand human context, how your decisions land on actual peoples in real time, in real conditions. You've demonstrated a chasm of knowledge that needs to be addressed before you can responsibly carry on business as usual. It's about understanding not only your customers, but the cultural role you play, the responsibilities of being in a position where your decisions directly impact the collective psyche. And you do not have the context to see this living, dynamic principle in social psychology and sociology. Not in your writers, not in your workers, not in the role you occupy in this city. You are missing key aspects of objective reality, and you don't know what that truly means or how deep it goes. The TTC is a partnership between staff and the human beings who ride it. But that is not what your decisions and policies reflect. You enforce policies that ignore human realities. You allow a $3 barrier to be a point of high traffic humiliation and conflicts around enforcement. The money we have given you was never indicated by us to protect executives who can only laugh at the thought of how using policing against customers obfuscated their theft of resources from and degradation of the humanity of this society, while criminalizing the people and the system, the people that this system exists to serve. For a long time, this city has been patient. But pressure has been building and has reached a threshold. The children were watching. They watched people get humiliated. They watched workers forced into impossible positions. They watched a system punish vulnerability instead of supporting it. And they're learning. The Commission treats us as peons, but we are really doing business with you. And we understand something you don't yet. This system, as it stands, is not legitimate. The issue is not that you made one or two mistakes. My professional opinion, which I don't have time to go into, is that it is structural and it is foundational. You don't know how to cooperate. You don't know how to communicate. And you don't know how to leverage your primary asset that actually sustains this system, which is your stakeholders, also known as your ridership. You are isolated in the center of a populace, cut off from the lifeblood that you yourself have built, and are antagonizing the lifeblood of your lifeblood. You hired employees to be predators designed, named, and dressed to induce fear. You restrict ridership for those who need to ride, humiliate and penalize them in a time of struggle and uncertainty. To pit employees against customers for your mistakes is a crime against humanity, creating divisive and a threatening environment. That makes you dangerous, and it also makes you vulnerable. Your own reporting makes this clear. Community engagement, blank. Use of force, dozens of instances. Community engagement hires, whatever that means, 3 apparently. This is a decades-long pattern, so
Gabriel,
let's bring
you're at
this
time.
back to reality.
Can you wrap it
don't
up?
run the TTC, we do. The riders, all of them. And if we don't participate, you stop existing.
Thank you.
The next generation is not confused
Gabriel,
about this.
you're over time, and I have to be fair. I'm giving everyone 5 minutes. You're at 5:15.
True authority needs no force.
Thank you.
You're
Does
welcome.
anybody have any questions for Gabriel? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next, we have Nikki Ward. Not online, she was here earlier. Oh, there she was.
I do want to just say that I understand that there's a lot of people here and business done. Those of us who came first thing in the morning had to reorganize our entire day. Back here again in the office.
Sorry, you don't get to make a point of order. You're not a member of the commission. If you'd like to make your deputation and say that in your deputation, you're more than welcome to. Nikki, go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
I wasn't as mad. Look around here when I see people. Maybe okay? Good. You're all doing your job. You're all being fair. On your side of the glass. But we're not. We're here as volunteers. And we may not even agree with each other, but we all agree with the fact that participatory democracy means suiting up and showing up, even if it is terribly inconvenient for us. I think it also means that when we're at our best, that the people who say things on this side of the glass make comments or criticism, it's coming from a place of passion, but it's also coming from a place where we're trying to seek solutions. It may not feel that way to you, but that is why we're here, because we want to solve this. We love this place that we're at. My name is Nikki Ward, Ward 13, NICKI, WARD 13. That's where I live. That's where my heart is at. And we are surrounded by the Bloor Street line and the Yonge Street line. And I can tell you I'm tired of hearing about the gaslighting that's going on here. I live there. I ride the TTC. My friends ride the TTC. I have friends who are disabled who ride the TTC. It's not that we don't feel safe. It is that it is demonstrably not safe. So don't apologize for how we feel, and don't come to us respectfully looking for solutions when there are very well paid, very well qualified people whose job is to find those solutions. I have submitted, my past history is that in senior management, and that includes senior risk mitigation, looking at the real risks of a situation and how they can be solved affordably and comprehensively. I've put together an executive summary. I have almost no doubt that it will fall into the chasm of all the other written presentations and never be written. I'm of the opinion that there's some value in this. It would be nice if you read it. But I'm not going to read it to you because I've only got 5 minutes to go through this. So I'll just give you the too long don't read, as the kids say, version of this. And it's this. This annual report fulfills a mechanical obligation, but it is not a success. It is a testament to the failure of the system to be safe, and safe in many respects. Firstly, this mirage of declining crime is nonsensical. In Ward 13, we have lower figures because people have given up reporting, or in the case of the TTC, given up riding the TTC. And I'm not just talking about in rush hour when it's relatively safe, but in our neighborhood when people come to play, to visit, off times. I myself have been spat on. It's just routine. And when we smell feces, it's not because people are unclean, it's because there is feces in the air. When somebody is urinating, it is a health hazard. It's hazardous to our health. That should be considered a safety concern, and it is not. And as a person with a disability, accessibility is also part of being able to just move through the system relatively safely. None of this appears in the report. The loss in ridership is amply explained by the fact that it runs on an inconsistent basis, so people cannot safely get to their medical meetings, or that it is simply not safe to ride. If we want to get ridership up, it must be safer. And it is not just the passengers, it is operators who do not feel safe. And a rider's perception of safety is inextricably linked to the authority and security of the operator. If the operator is vulnerable, the rider is vulnerable. There is a set of recommendations, but let's start up with just something in plain language in the final minute here. Let's stop kidding ourselves that it's actually safe. It's not as safe as it used to be. And when you do non-intervention as an intervention, of course the reporting figures are going to go down. When you advise police officers or staff to say, oh, back off, de-escalate, you're going to get reduced numbers. You've designed a system that is measuring the wrong measurables, SMART, specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, and timely. It's basic management stuff. Whatever you are measuring is not working. You need a simple measurement of how many people feel they're safe to travel. And if your ridership is down, that has to tell you that one of the reasons, if you're in any business, that people aren't doing business with you is because they don't feel safe in your store, on your subways, on your streetcars. Smarten up, guys. It's not that complicated. Just face the facts, put your big boy pants on, and fix the TTC so that it is safe for all of us, including people like me with mental health problems, or addiction problems, or disability problems. Please.
Thank you, Nikki. Does anybody have any questions? No? Thank you very much. Next, we have James Golding. I believe he was here. Okay. And I'll make a call for Paulo Gomez. I'm going to cross Paulo off. Okay. David Arnott? Arnaud? No? Okay, I'm going to cross him off. No? Okay. Well, we'll go into questions, and if if James comes, he can make his deputation. So we'll start with outside councillors first. Councillor Chang, welcome to TTC. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Is this questions?
Yes.
Right. Okay, great. I submitted a graphic to the clerks. If they can put it up for me, please. So this is a slide that was shown to the Toronto Police Service Board on Monday, and I was really unhappy, and I'm sure my residents are quite unhappy to see that Finch Station is the highest calls for service station in line 1, and they did note that this is the worst of between the two lines. And so these are the top 5 stations, and Finch Station is also the only of the top 5 that does not have a neighborhood community officer. So you can take down that slide now. So my question is, in light of this data that we see, and surely you're keeping track of this type of activity, what has this done to impact the distribution of resources, in particular, the presence of special constables at Finch Station?
Through the chair, I'll attempt to answer that question, and Nicole Ehlers, the head of special constables, is beside me to keep me straight. So through the chair, we have placed a static constable crew at Finch Station during AM and PM peak periods. They've also been complemented through those same peak periods with our contract security folks. We also have, on a weekly basis, fare enforcement happening at the bus terminal through between 10 to 12 provincial offenses officers. And we've done some partnering up with, I believe, 32 Division to address the auto thefts that have been occurring in the commuter lots. So hopefully within some reasonable periods of time, we can start seeing some of those statistics drop and our customers feeling a little bit safe, at least at Finch Station.
Because based on the graphic I just shared, that's the year to date in terms of number of calls for service. That's 144 in 4 months, not even 4 months, 3 months. And it's increased from last year. So I'm just wondering, at what point has this heightened deployment of support happened, so that I can better understand when we should track the change across.
Okay. So Nicole advises me that October of last year we started this deployment. What I will say as well is we are continuously reevaluating our deployment models, and so we're moving towards a much more dynamic approach, where we use statistics like this to make sure that we've got the right people in the right locations at the right times, along with that partnership with the Toronto Police Services.
So Finch Station is similar to Union Station in that there are different operators in different parts of the space. So we have York Region Transit and Metrolinx also operating out of that station. So I wonder, are we having some kind of working group that's happening between Toronto Police Service, our special constables, Metrolinx, York Region Transit, and the security that you've hired?
Yeah, through the chair, we will take that away. I know that there have been working groups that have been established in the past. I can't say there's an active one that we're aware of right now for Finch Station, but our commitment going forward is if the data supports it, then that's exactly what we will need to do.
I would definitely appreciate that. I was reading a Toronto Star article that mentioned that ridership has been going down, and I was really surprised that most of that article focused on service levels and interruptions, when really, I know when I talk to my residents, it's the safety element that really concerns people when they're making that decision. So I just wonder, it's a very busy station, and what kind of communication can residents expect with special constables or the TTC about the safety issues that I've just highlighted?
Through the chair, I'll also talk. So from a communication perspective, let us take that away.
Okay.
And we can always do better on the communication side of things. I will also say from a deployment perspective, I don't know if you've noticed it, Councillor Chen, but as of the tail end of March, we should always have someone static at the Finch platform on our stations team that are doing sweeps of the trains in between as we cycle the train. So my point is that for the 3 minutes that the trains are stationary there are people that are there that do a sweep of the train to make sure that if there's anyone on the vehicle that does require the help, we get them that help right away. So that I just wanted to add that point to answer one of your previous questions.
Great, thanks. Those are my questions. Much appreciated.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Next, we have Commissioner Mallow.
Thank you, Chair. It was said earlier that it's important to, recognize the definition of harm, whatever, however harm is perceived or experienced by somebody on the system, and obviously be empathetic to an individual going through a crisis. But if you put aside one's means, or if they're housed or what have you, what is the protocol for a special constable if any individual, no matter their circumstances, is exhibiting behavior that will do harm to others? Meaning, some of the examples that were given by some of the deputations. If somebody is defecating or smoking drugs or just doing things that are, in any context, no matter who it is, you're harming people around you. What's the protocol for special constables? What do they do?
Sorry. Through the chair, the protocol would be, depending on the situation, if they're harming themselves or others, it could be an apprehension, it could be a charge, it could be simply removing them from the system.
So coming back to the definition of harm, like obviously, if somebody hits somebody, if somebody does, like that's one thing, but what if somebody's just exhibiting behavior that is clearly, like not subjectively, but just clearly making everyone around them unreasonably uncomfortable? Like that's a harm that they're experiencing. What is the protocol for a special constable?
Again, it really depends on the behavior. If it's a person in crisis, maybe it's a matter of getting the Toronto crisis workers there to assist. We really have to take it case by case and look at the actual behavior to determine the proper course of action.
So as decided, like, is there somebody at transit control, or is there like if there's an incident of any kind anywhere in the network, how is it decided to send out a crisis worker versus a special constable versus asking the police to intervene?
Through the chair, I'll answer that, Commissioner Matlow. From a system perspective, I think the focus is, we've heard very clearly here that disturbing behavior is not something that our customers tolerate. And so my point being in saying this is that any type of behavior that makes our customers feel uncomfortable, we're looking at dealing with. And to Nicole's earlier point, it really depends on what that is, but our commitment is definitely to ensure that it is dealt with.
So when you say we're looking to deal with it, like, so what, I'm still trying to understand exactly what is the plan to deal with it. So like, if there's an incident where somebody is behaving in a disturbing way that's affecting other people, how is it decided? Who makes the call? How immediate is it to either send the community crisis worker or special constable or police? Like how is that decision made? What is the protocol? Like what is the plan?
So again, through the chair, Commissioner Matlow, the idea would be that any of such calls, so even if me as a TTC employee were to witness it and I see something, there's an obligation that I have to call transit control.
Okay.
Full out. Yeah. I don't have the de-escalation training. I don't have so every employee is empowered to do just that. Second piece of it, if there are station staff or there are even the non-enforcement side of things, of people, they've got the de-escalation training to be able to intervene and call for help if need be. And if that help is called, is for a situation like you've just outlined, it will land with the constables, because ultimately we're talking about removal and potentially an apprehension.
And then with respect to apprehension, where's that at with respect to special constables and provincial allowances for them to have arrest powers?
We have the ability under the Mental Health Act to apprehend people when they're a danger to themselves or others. So the officers would attend, they would assess the situation, and if it warranted an apprehension, they would be able to do it and transport that person to a hospital.
Okay, thank you. Next we have Commissioner Jagdeo.
In the report, management's recommending that we don't extend the use of discretion policy beyond enforcement. What alternative policy or training mechanism will then govern discretion for other customer-facing staff that may encounter situations like this. And I say this with a lot of empathy to our deputants today, because some of the pictures and videos that have been shared, I see frequently on transit. I mean, I can't even get my own partner to take the TTC with me. So this stuff is happening. What's the control answer if we're not going to extend it?
Sorry, I'm not clear on the question when you're talking about extending the discretion.
So management is not extending the use of discretion policy beyond enforcement rules, right? Are there alternative policies or training mechanisms in place that will help govern what discretion looks like for non-enforcement rules? Whoever's not in enforcement role and sees something, what's sort of the policy that helps govern discretion there?
Through the chair, that is a takeaway for us because, as I mentioned, we are looking at a complete review of what we do and how we do it. And that also includes questions like you've just asked right now. So I don't have a specific answer for you other than to say, as part of our review of our deployment and our roles and responsibilities and how we can do better, I think in the coming weeks we will be able to give you a much more fulsome answer on that.
Sure. There was some commentary around the administrative burden that may come with a potential use of force, and in one of the in and I know it's all subjective, but in the scenario that Commissioner Matlow presented, where somebody is potentially doing harm to themselves, maybe they're defecating or they're smoking drugs on the TTC, and they're apprehended. If they're apprehended, does that automatically mean that a use of force administrative 3 document essay has to be typed out and written out, or is there like a threshold there?
It depends. If the person resisted and it fell into that category, then a use of force report would have to be submitted. If they were compliant and were apprehended without any issues, there would still be there's always paperwork attached to it. So they would have to do a general occurrence for that, but there wouldn't be a use of force on that.
Nicole, do you hear, and without naming any names, but are you hearing sentiment around this? Because this was mentioned by one of the deputants where, they're hearing that TTC staff members won't even get involved because they don't want the administrative burden of filling out these documents. Are you hearing anything like this? Is there any chatter around this take?
No, I haven't heard that. It's just part of the job. We know it entails a lot of paperwork, a lot of documentation.
Okay, that's fair. Is there a way to sort of, and maybe for you'll say this is something that has to be taken back and analyzed, but is there a way to dissect what the thresholds look like for use of force? Because look, my guess is that people are gonna resist arrest no matter what. And maybe that's a very myopic take, but is there a way to break down like what an acceptable use of force is so that there still is apprehension, but at the same time there isn't this administrative burden that potentially creates an issue for those who may want to do something?
So through the chair, there are certain use of force reports that we're mandated to submit, and that is when they reach 2 criteria. One of them being when we use our baton or OC or an injury is caused. We are mandated to submit a use of force. Somewhere along the line, TTC, and I believe it may have come from the ombudsman, took on doing a secondary, like an internal use of force outside of that mandated criteria. We have it documented in the annual report where you'll see like higher numbers, so that is for like lower thresholds. So basically any arrest that is beyond compliant, our officers have to submit the internal use of force. but it's not mandated. That's just done internally.
That was your final question. Thank you.
Can we do a second round?
Sure, if that's the wish of the committee, just I'm conscious of quorum. Commissioner, Vice Chair Mahevik.
Just one question, and I too am sympathetic to the stories that we have heard, but I also think we need to put on the table, it's not a but, it's and, I think we also need to put on the table the new resources that have come. Can you tell us the trend line in the last year, 2 years? I think it's in your report, but I think it'd be good to say it publicly. New constables, supervisors, community engagement unit, staff increases. Have they happened? To what extent? Are we throwing more resources at this?
Yeah, each year we've, yes, through the chair, each year we have been hiring more officers. I'm just trying to find the numbers. In 2000, hold on, my apologies. The 1 year we hired 32, and then the following year it was 23. We're also currently filling vacancies. We have 25 vacancies that we're looking to fill right now, and we are in a hiring process as it stands. Those community, the community unit, we placed officers in there, so we've increased that unit. And we will be continuing to hiring as long as we have the vacancies.
So we're over 230 staff, if I'm not mistaken. Is that correct? On the enforcement side, special constables?
No, we're not.
The special constables, through the chair, the special constable's budget headcount is 132.
132, sorry, 132. Great. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Kim?
I want to thank the deputants for their presentations. All of the information that we received today, whether it's, the degree of force that's used, or if you see something, say something, all of these speak to reactive measures. And in Risk Management 101, the best course of action are proactive measures. So what are the things that, have you considered measures or strategies such that the riders don't even have to face these incidents? And if not, can you come up with strategies that are proactive? Because when people feel uncomfortable, they're not going to speak up, or they're not going to press the button or call for help. They're either, if it's on line 1, they're going to move down, and I've seen riders just vacate an entire section, and if it's line 2, people will leave, get off the next stop, and then get onto the next car. But you have to be proactive, because if being proactive is actually in the long run financially cheaper as well, and less distressful for everybody. So what proactive measures have you taken so that riders don't even have to face this?
So through the chair, I'll attempt to answer that one. So first and foremost, we, as of February the 8th, we've staffed a full-time 24/7 constable desk at Transit Control with full visibility of the entire system through the cameras. They've also been assigned the Safe app, so they see that. But I think I want to highlight some of the things we're doing on the technology side. We're about 3/4 of the way through finishing our testing on an AI camera at TMU station. That will be able to be very proactive, and we want to be able to couple that up with a pilot where we're trying to put safety barriers on that same platform as well. Myself and Chair Myers have had numerous conversations about SAM, which is the Subway Assistance Monitoring. I might have messed up the acronym on that. That is also something that we can proactively take a look at our hotspots and be able to call out bad behavior so that the customers don't have to do it. So Commissioner Kim, I think it's different deployment to change the mindset. along with technology. And the last thing I'll also say, we ran a pretty successful 4-night pilot at Spadina, where we coupled our fair enforcement people with our cleaning staff and our streets to homes and our constables with really good numbers. We're doing another 3 nights of that starting Friday night.
What does that do? Do those measures prevent these unfortunate individuals from boarding and from using the subways as their shelters?
I think, through the chair, I think it does, because ultimately, if they get into the system, it will allow us to be able to proactively see them. The system, if the AI cameras do what they're supposed to do, will be able to flag bad behavior. And as we expand that system, or as we expand the use of that system, it will allow us to potentially start flagging these types of things. So I think utilizing the technology, along with the fact that now there's a 24/7 desk at transit control staffed by the constables, is a step in that direction, so that it's not always just relying on the Safe app. We want to look at these cameras. We know where our hotspots are, and want to use the technology to call out that bad behavior before the customer even sees it or gets on that train.
What about even at the station level, entry to the station?
Yes, through the
It
chair.
seems very porous, sorry.
It is, and that is one of the challenges. It is a very porous system. What we can do, and what we have started doing, and like we've been doing for a while, is it's hitting the hotspots. We know where the hotspots are. I think it's a balance, right? You want to be static so that you got the station covered, but we also have heard from the customers we need to be on the vehicles, so you can't be in 2 places at once. The other thing that we've also started, or we will be starting, is a pilot with our bicycle units as well. So those will be static, but then they'll also be they'll be in full-fledged for FIFA. So these are just a little different things we can do. So there's an example of being static, but also being mobile as well. At least with the downtown core, and we're trying that out as a pilot.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Sachs?
Yes, thank you. Again, thank you to the deputants for their powerful comments of what those of us who ride at CIAs every day, especially women, especially women who travel alone. And as everybody knows, I'm short. I'm an obvious target, and I wear a kippa, which makes me even more of a target. And so I feel this very personally. My family feels it, and the deputants are right. So my question for the Special Constable Service is: I understand your emphasis on people who are actively doing harm. But there's a lot of harm on the system from people who are just walking around, masturbating, pulling their pants down, yelling at people, putting their feet, their dirty feet, on the seats. And I've reported this over and over again, including with a TTC station supervisor on the car, with a guy lying on. Mandeep, I've sent you the photo with a guy lying on the seat with his bare bum. And the guy did nothing. And I reported to Safe TTC, and if anything happened, we couldn't tell. So my question is, you're saying, I appreciate the work that you're doing, but I think that Nikki's right when she says, are you using the discretion policy to avoid intervening in these kinds of cases? Indecent exposure, masturbation, people who aren't actively attacking someone, but are making the TTC a hostile place. What are you doing about those?
Through the chair, none of that behavior is acceptable, 100%, and it is not something that we as an organization can tolerate and will tolerate. Now, that said, my promise back to Commissioner Jack Dale was to go back and just see how that fits into the overall policy. But the point being, there's going to be more visible staff, and it really starts with our operators, and it goes to our station staff, and it goes to anybody and everybody that sees that behavior. If that behavior potentially was tolerated in the past, it's no longer acceptable, and it's no longer tolerable. And again, it is going to take a little bit of time, and I'm not asking for excuses, or I appreciate the seriousness of this, but there's a lot of people that need to come on board, and we need to bring them on board very quickly, because there's just not enough constables to be on every single train. There's not enough fair enforcement officers to be. We need to rely on anybody and everybody that sees that behavior, calls that behavior out, and we need to have the wherewithal to be able to address it.
But that's why my question is about the discretion policy, because the station manager was on that car. I sent his picture in, and he did nothing. So what are you doing so that your staff take these issues seriously? I mean, there was a long period of time, I understand, where they were instructed to do nothing. They turned a blind eye on purpose. That has to end. What are you doing to change it?
So every division, whether it be from our operator to our constables to our station staff, have once again been refreshed on what the move along strategy actually is, with clear examples to demonstrate what is and what is not acceptable. We haven't rolled it out to every single one of the operators, but the common message is out with the supervisors, with the operators, and with the transit control folks. And the last thing I will also say, there are people actively out in the system looking at it, not only looking at trying to find, say, folks that are acting like this, but are we actually doing what we're supposed to be doing?
When can we tell our, I hear from my constituents about this all the time, not just women, though especially women. What can I tell them about when this is going to be better? We need people to come back to the TTC who have alternatives. What can I tell them?
Through the chair, I'm hoping that although we're in the early stages of this reset, I'm hoping you can get some positive feedback now. Not saying you're going to get it, but we do very much expect more visibility out there. As I mentioned, at the end of March, we've got folks that are sweeping the trains at the end terminals. We have folks that are sweeping the trains not on just line 1, but line 2 at Yonge and Bloor and at Union. St. George, I apologize. I'm hoping you're starting to see some positive feedback, but I hope in the coming weeks and months, because we're looking at this on a monthly basis to make sure we've got the right people at the right positions in the right locations at the right times.
It's important. Please do more. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll go next. So I guess my first question is just to not my first question, just to just thank everyone who came down today. Again, I use the system all the time. I'm no stranger to what everyone's been saying. And yes, it's something that we all acknowledge is a problem and something that's deeply affecting our relationship with our customers and our employees. So I guess the first question I have is, Colby had brought up the status of the emergency vehicles and giving the special constables emergency vehicle powers in order to get to calls faster. And this is something I put forward because I had actually done a ride along with the special constables, and we were stuck in traffic just like everybody else. So we couldn't actually get to the calls. So what happened with that request?
So through the chair, and maybe others can keep me honest on this, my understanding is that there was a letter written to the Ministry of Transportation by the then CEO, Greg Percy, I believe. And I believe we never got a response back from the ministry, because if we get that, my understanding anyways, is that having that letter in hand will allow us to go back to TPS to be able to get their authority to do that.
So is this something we can, an effort that we can recommence?
100%.
Okay. Second question, and Fort, you and I have had conversations about this, is the role of the provincial offense officers. So there was a time when they could actually do more. They could do those sort of crackdown on those sort of quality of life offenses, exposure, smoking, whatnot, and the previous board and under the previous leadership actually took that power away. And what's happened in the interim is that we've recruited for people who strictly are focused on fair enforcement, but they don't necessarily have a background or even an interest in doing actual enforcement, whether that's writing a ticket because you're vaping, playing your music too loud. So can you just give a bit of background on that and how we go forward in terms of making sure that we're using the provincial offense officers to their full potential?
Certainly through the chair. 100% I believe that was also a recommendation from the 2019 AG report that basically said, take a look at your complement. And so that is work that is underway. Chair, I don't have a current status. All I can say is that that is very much in play and something that we can look at as part of the overall deployment strategy to make sure that what we do today is what our customers actually need us to do.
Thank you. And then I guess we kind of know where the hot spots are. I can name a few off the top of my head. The entrance to Wellesley Station on Dundonald, the two bus entrances at Wellesley Station, the entrance to Queen Station by the Eden Center on Queen Street. Is there not a way that we can just sort of we have these security guards, protective security. Could we not just have those sites, those hot spots just posted in that someone is always there 24/7? So long as they're open.
So long as they're open, yes. So good news about the Queen West entrance there are we recently upgraded the lighting there, and we started actually playing some music, and we just kind of got that going yesterday. I think preliminary results are really favorable from the station staff, but to your point, Chair Myers, the revisiting of how we use the contract security is very, very much in play, and they are static at we've put them at locations that are a little lower in terms of severity than our constables. So there's an entire deployment map that we look at on a weekly basis, and it definitely does include the contract security folks. But the key point here is that we still think that our strategy is based on AM, PM post, we keep them static. Can't really ride the train when the train's packed. But when the train is going, we really want to increase that visibility of uniformed personnel on the trains and on our streetcars.
Okay, thank you. And then one of the things, as Commissioner Sachs said, this board has been very forceful in telling TTC to resume ticketing, fare enforcement. We were very forceful when we got the crash gates closed. The next thing that we've sort of been talking about is not allowing backdoor boarding on the buses, because we've talked a lot about the streetcars and the station, but not the buses. Not allowing backdoor boarding. Not that we want to affect the service, but during the rush hour, at least during the non-rush hour peak, because that's how a lot of people who are not paying get onto the buses and then get onto the rest of the system. And I don't know if we have numbers to back this, but certainly what I've come to see is that generally it's the people who don't pay are the ones who cause the most problems. So if you stop them from getting on in the first place, you prevent problems from escalating later down in the system. So do you have an update as to where things are on that initiative, specifically not allowing backdoor boarding during the rush hour peaks?
I'll refer that to Josh because his strategy team was looking at that. So
thanks to the chair. Based on the board's direction, we've completed that analysis of looking at what is the trade-off in cost between what fare you might capture or protect versus the additional operating costs of adding running time to your bus routes, because dwells would be longer when picking up passengers. And so we have that analysis done, and the next step now is to look at it and see what would be a policy we can apply that would be obviously easy for operators to understand and both for customers, and at what stations and times of day would make the most sense, where that trade-off is more beneficial in terms of hopefully not add the savings in fares would offset the operating costs it adds, and obviously the run times on buses.
And when can we expect that report at the board?
I think the work has been done, so I would expect that the report would come as part of the broader fare evasion update. And I know those have been going regularly to the audit committee, so just have to check the schedule when that would next come.
Thank you. And did we have a request for a second round of questions? No?
Yeah, I just have one question.
Sure.
Just one final one. So for Nicole, to me it sounds like, and I'm just spitballing ideas here. To me, it sounds like the easy solutions are either, and if Colby's right about this, you either increase the ratio of enforcement officers or people who can do something per rider. B, you sort of change the threshold on what use of force means, so that if there's an apprehension, there's sort of a three-way race between whether or not heavy admin's required. Admin's always required, but heavy at the very least. You mentioned this idea of augmenting with technology, which is really interesting. And as you all know, we should be innovating and using artificial intelligence at any moment we can, or we're adopting, this is sort of the fourth one, we're adopting a different discretion use policy so that members of our team who may not be deemed as enforcement can actually act. Do you think I'm missing anything? And if I'm not, what feels like the easiest thing that we can start to do so that the system will eventually feel safer?
Through the chair, Commissioner Jack Dale, I don't think I think you pretty much hit a lot of the things that we're looking at. The simple way I can answer the question is visibility. I think we need to be present. I think we need to be anywhere and everywhere we can be. Now, it is a massive system. So I think with uniform visibility, along with a message that what may, to Commissioner Sachs's point, what may have been acceptable in 2023 is not acceptable anymore. So I think between the visibility and the conglomeration of all the different folks that ride the system, from our passengers, but more to the point, from our employees, getting that message out and making sure that we have the ability to not only be seen, but we've got the ability to respond, because we collectively as a TTC team are on the same page in terms of what is acceptable and what is no longer acceptable. I hope that answers your question, but I think we're in alignment here.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. We'll wait to see how things shake up over time. Thank you both.
Okay, thank you very much. Speakers, and just I'll do one more call for James Golding. No, he was here. I saw him. Okay, Councillor Chang, outside councillors first.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Myers. I just want to first say that this is a heavy lift, and the problems described by the deputants and many of the commissioners is not unique to the City of Toronto. So I can sense the frustration that everyone is communicating. We want this problem solved, but we see this is happening in major cities across North America. And I note that in New York City, they're actually launching 24/7 welcome centers within subway stations that have outreach teams to connect people to resources. So I think that we are moving in a direction where we want these vulnerable residents who are using the subway system for something other than transportation to have other resources. And that is not entirely the responsibility of the TTC to figure that out. That is a city responsibility, and I think we have to work together collaboratively. So the responsibility of the special constables is to ensure that that moving people along happens, but as we move people along, we have to have a place for them to land, a resource, and not just simply cycling them in and out of the system through different entrances, which we know is happening. And in my ward, Finch has been a hotspot for many years now. We did have a working group a few years ago, and I thought many of the issues had been resolved until the data showed that it is still the highest call for service on line one right now. And so I look forward to having a future conversation with our special constables, as well as our police division and all the other partners that are at Finch Station, in order to be proactive about restoring people's faith in the system. Because as many people have said, this really impacts people's decision when they are choosing whether or not to ride transit. And we want them to use transit for so many good reasons, but we have to provide that safe environment. And I echo the thoughts of Councillor Sachs that this does impact women in a further way. So while it may be an annoyance to many, that feeling of safety is further eroded for women who are often more vulnerable in these situations. So I look forward to further collaborative conversations for Finch, but I also think that, as the TTC becomes more proactive about moving people out of the system who are not using the system for transportation, we really have to have a plan of what's on the other side. So it's not just saying, good luck, here's the door. So I hope that we can have a further conversation at council. And thank you for the good work, because I know it's really hard. This is not easy work. Our special constables have to deal with very intense conversations, confrontations, and even safety risks in the job that they do. So I do want to appreciate the very good work and hard work that they do in our system every day. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chang. Next, we have Commissioner Matlow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Torontonians want a transit system that is reliable and affordable and fast and safe. And I'm absolutely convinced that there will be renewed ridership and support for the system if Torontonians have a TTC that they expect and they deserve. And we've had lots of debates and discussions around the most vulnerable Torontonians who are on our streets, in our parks, and yes, often seeking shelter in our subway, especially at times when there are issues with shelter capacity or they don't feel safe themselves to be in those shelters. And that is a more societal issue because we're also suffering from years, if not decades, of neglect of our mental health care system, addiction support, and affordable housing needs. So this should not actually be about those individuals in particular. It's about behavior. I don't care if you are somebody who is living on the streets or if you are a millionaire. You don't get to harass people in our subway. And you don't get to expose yourself in our subway. And you don't get to smoke in our subway. And you don't get to make people feel really uncomfortable and exhibit disturbing behavior and affect people that way in our subway. You don't get to do that, no matter what, because everyone should have the right to feel comfortable and safe on the TTC. So I'd like us to do more work, and I'd like to support staff in this effort to review the policies that we have now and recognize whether or not they need to be reformed in a way that address the reality that we have in our system. What was done before may not be working today. And we're hearing from a lot of people that we need to be open to that reality. I also want to better understand how we deploy the right people to deal with each incident for the needs that that incident demands. Just like, there was discussion a little while ago about should there be a police officer standing at every subway station. I'm not convinced of that. But I also don't think that there should be a crisis worker just standing there, or there should be an EMS or somebody from Toronto Fire. But how do we ensure that we rapidly deploy exactly who needs to be dealing with the context of that situation so that we both get that individual the care that they need, but also protect the people around them? If somebody is going through a crisis, they need help and they need to get somewhere safe for them and safe for everybody else. If somebody's being violent, you might need somebody else. But I haven't heard a protocol or a system yet that perhaps is as effective as it needs to be. And I'd like us to work on that. Because ultimately, I don't think we need to have a binary choice between being compassionate, and I know we have these culture wars that we're thrown into all the time, but I don't believe it's a binary choice between being compassionate for individuals who are going through crises and being more effective at enforcing our laws and protecting people who don't deserve to feel uncomfortable or unsafe or be unsafe on our transit system. I think we can do both because they actually don't conflict. And I actually have some ideas that I'd like to work with staff on to make it more effective, to make it more rapid, to work through transit control to ensure that the right person is where they need to be within a reasonable time frame. Because if we do that well, we do it all. We ensure that the individual who might be going through crisis is getting the support and care where it should be and what they need. We're ensuring that the child, that woman, that anyone who is on the subway feeling uncomfortable or being unsafe is protected. And we're ensuring that we are creating an environment where everyone knows that they can feel and be safe. That's how I believe we need to move forward. I'll say one last thing. Let's keep focusing and leaning in on the behavior rather than the individual's background, whether it be race, financial means, no matter what. Because if we're sitting right here at this horseshoe, and if any individual came here and was threatening or harassing or exposing themselves or started lighting up or doing drugs or whatever, we wouldn't be asking them about anything other than, you can't do that, and we'd ask somebody to come and remove them. So I think that if we focus on the behavior and ensure that we have the systems in place to effectively address that, we'll make some progress.
Thank you, Commissioner Matlow. Next, we have Vice Chair Mihevik, and then we have Councilors. Commissioner Sachs.
Thank you. This is worthy of a good conversation. What I would note is that there's a parallel conversation if you talk to librarians of folks who are struggling with a mental health crisis or an addiction or homelessness in our library system. There's a parallel conversation happening in our park system and with our parks people. There's a parallel conversation happening in our laneways and people who, in the transportation department, who are struggling with what do we do with people who are street involved, who are struggling with those same kinds of issues. It is not the TTC that is causing this. This is a deeper kind of thing that is happening in our society. I would say, and while I support, as Commissioner Matlow was referencing right now, the need to have the resources in place to manage and control the inappropriate behaviors that often present themselves. At the end of the day, unless we go, and this is what public health would say, is go up the river, which is a way of saying, let's look at primary causes. Like what's going on in our society that if it's not happening in the parks, it's happening in the laneways, it's happening behind alleys, it's happening in garages. And that's where you got to start talking about supportive housing. And so what's TTC doing talking about supportive housing? Well, the only way we're going to solve the problem on the TTC is if we go up the river and say, well, guess what? We need supportive housing. We need affordable housing. We need more addiction treatment centers. We need more streets to homes. We need to increase the kind of work that we're doing the city is doing with the community engagement office or unit. That's what's going to make long-term benefits for us at the tail end of it. So, I don't know, I think that this is a TTC issue, like all of a sudden TTC is now needing to engage in how to deal with mental health, how to deal with addictions, how to deal with homelessness. These are new questions that have not been asked, and all I'm saying is, let's go up the river a little bit, not in the blame the TTC like it's your problem, solve it. They can't solve it alone. These are larger societal issues that a broader swath of folks, from community members to professionals engaged, the CAMHs of the world, need to help us with.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Next, we have Commissioner Sachs.
I mean, with all due respect to my colleagues, we have to pay attention to who we are. Yes, as a society, there is a huge social problem. It's driven by income inequality. It's driven by the deliberate decisions of the Ford government to keep people in generational poverty. It's driven by the deliberate decisions of the Ford government not to fund addiction, mental health, or housing. But that's not our job. We cannot be the provincial government. I think that the TTC, we are barely able to do our job. We're constantly talking about how we don't have the money to do our core function. And we won't be able to fulfill our core function unless we can keep riders like the deputants, riders like me, And we only do that if we provide a safe, reliable transit system, and we need to we have a fiduciary duty at this board to the TTC. That's our job. It is not our job to solve homelessness. It is not our job to solve addiction. And attempting to do that has seriously damaged our ability to attract riders and do the job we are here to do. We need to do our job. City Council is asking all the time for the provincial government to do its job. I will say that honestly, sending one letter to the provincial government and not getting an answer back and then no follow-up, I mean, that's ridiculous. The provincial government regularly ignores us, but if we need something for our function, as we do, to allow our officers to be able to get where they know, it's not okay just to send a letter and then wait a year until the board asks about it, right? We need to take seriously doing the things we can do. But we need to remember what our job is. We need to spend our resources on what our job is. Absolutely advocate for other people to do their jobs, but don't allow the TTC to be prevented from doing our job. Even if, as we know, the Ford government isn't doing theirs. That doesn't mean it's our job. We cannot at the city do everything the province is dropping. And we can't take our eye off our ball. Our ball is to make sure that people of all age, children, seniors, women alone, can take the TTC and not be confronted by people, as I saw a couple of months ago, somebody with their pipe or burning their drugs at the Spadina station. We shouldn't see people with their pants down. We shouldn't see people masturbating. We shouldn't see people defecating. We shouldn't see people screaming. We shouldn't see people sleeping on the seats, making the seats too filthy for the next person. It is our job to keep the TTC clean and safe and reliable and fast and all the other things. It is not our job to solve the larger social problems that, yes, are bedeviling the libraries and everywhere else. We have to protect our system against those problems. It is not our job to solve them. We cannot solve them. We don't have the authority to solve them. We don't have the resources to solve them. And we can't make that our monkey, because that prevents us from doing the job we're here to do. So I take very seriously what we've heard from the deputies. I take very seriously the pictures that we keep seeing from Integrity TO. They're taking pictures of what we all see, and which is not being effectively enough responded to. I am very glad to hear, Fort, that more is going to be done. And I know we heard from Rick Leary. He said, well, what's the problem? There is a huge problem. And the consequences of just turning a blind eye all those years, they are hard to reverse, but we have to reverse them now. The world is coming. We have to get this fixed. The people who are giving up on the TTC are hard to coax back. It's easier to keep the riders we have. We have to show people that we take this seriously, and not just the problems of the comparatively small number of people who are poisoning the TTC for others. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Sachs. Next, we have Commissioner Jagdeo.
I think much like my colleagues today, I think it's important for us to recognize how critical this issue is. And I would even argue, and I know the data doesn't necessarily suggest it yet, but I think safety is one of the most core functions of what we need to stay competitive in this. And Joe, I'll make a joke that you disagreed with me the other day with on this, in this artificial monopoly that we have. I sat on the board of the Toronto Public Library for many years before sitting on this one. And yes, we also dealt with homelessness, the underhoused, people suffering from addictions, especially within the libraries downtown, particularly at the reference library, where there was a situation where, you know, we had found a patron of Toronto effectively overdosed and dead in the washroom of the reference library. And that is not a pretty picture. And we're not seeing pretty pictures on transit, evidently, based on the conversations that we've had today with our deputants. And I think it's right to acknowledge that this is an issue that is faced by many large metropolitan areas. Every major city is dealing with this right now. But just because every city is dealing with this doesn't mean that we don't play some role in helping to create some sort of alleviation to this pressure that we're facing. So the conversation today, I'm encouraged for Nicole by what you're articulating and what you're saying, and I'm hoping that we can be very solution oriented around how we try to solve this in the future. Again, whether it's increasing the number of enforcement officers so that we feel as though there's a higher level of visibility, and that perception is so critical to encouraging riders to stay on and encourage and showcasing that we're actually doing something about this, whether it's changing the threshold of what force is. And again, don't have the data, but though it doesn't sound like it's binary, I'm sure in the minds of our enforcement officers, using force at all can come across as binary, which then binds their hands on what they can do. To augmenting with technology, I think it's a fantastic idea, incorporating CCTV scans and artificial intelligence so that we know if there's going to be an issue on one of our vehicles, so we can address that. And again, thinking about that discretion policy, because I hate the idea that we have a station manager potentially standing around where there's an incident like this happening on transit where someone may be smoking meth out of a pipe or defecating on a vehicle. I hate to know that they feel as though they can't necessarily do anything. And I think with that combined with our fellow commissioners and who, night job as a commissioner TTC, day job as a counselor, I'm hoping that you all also help push this agenda of keeping the city safe, and encouraging the other potential partners at play that we have to work with as a large city, hopefully working together to solve for this, because it's bigger than the TTC, and I think it's bigger than one individual bureau, agency, or commission. So hopefully those two overlap, and we find ways to at least reduce this over time, such that there is a sense of relief, a sense of safety, and we can continue to improve on our numbers of riders on transit. Because that last meeting we had at the strategy planning committee, where we saw that dip before organic immigration and population growth increased our numbers, we have to solve for that. And the pictures and the videos that we're seeing right now, it doesn't at all. So let's work on this. I'm encouraged by this. Let's keep transit safe, and let's continue to really be solution oriented around how we do that.
Thank you, Commissioner Jagdeo, Commissioner Kim, Commissioner Malik.
Can I put on the floor a motion? I forgot to do it before. It's just to refer the report to the city's
Sure.
anti-black racism unit for review.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. If you want, I can just move that. Sure. Yeah, I'll just move that amendment. Okay. Okay. It's just referring the report.
It's a request to forward the report.
Forward the report. Refer. Yes. Yeah, refer the report. Yeah, sorry about that. So yes, thank you everyone who came out today. Yes, it's been a very tough and honest conversation that we needed to have. And this is something I take very seriously. TTC staff will tell you, just last week, my spouse was assaulted riding the streetcar. So it's something that we're all dealing with. And I want to give my kudos to the officers who, if you get to know them, they're quite remarkable. They will tell you they are the most assaulted employees on the TTC. They are spit on, they are sworn at, they are violently assaulted. And for years, they were handcuffed from doing their jobs. They were told to turn a blind eye. They were told your job is customer service, not policing. And they took that to heart. I think it's important to remember that when this board started, the fair enforcement officers were issuing one ticket a week because they were afraid to do their jobs. They were afraid that if something went wrong, TTC would throw them under the bus. which they did. And that culture and that fear stuck. And, this board has done a lot of work to reverse that. And I think it's something that we should be proud of. We've also done a lot of work on just the overall safety. We've made sure that the 24/7 special constable and transit control, that was the first motion that I put forward as chair. We started the station rehabilitation program so that the lights are brighter, that the stations were inviting, so that we would not invite criminal elements by making the stations more inviting, more welcoming, and a place where you'd want to be. After doing the ride along and seeing that the officers were stuck in traffic, one thing we worked with Nicole on to get them to do the foot patrol, which has been highly effective, just that visibility. Now they're going to do bike control. This board also was the one that implemented the body-worn camera policy. We're now expanding that to our station staff. The statistics show that body-worn cameras, I think, reduce the rate of offense against an employee by 47%. And even in those employees not wearing body-worn cameras, just their presence reduces the offenses against employees by 26% in a station. I've worked with Mandeep and Marvin Alfred, myself, and other transit agencies. We got Bill C-14 amended, where now we've increased the penalties for assaulting a transit worker so that it's a higher sentencing factor. Ford talked about the voice of God, which we are going to be rolling out very shortly to really be as many places as possible, because we can't be everywhere, but certainly the technology is already in place. Now it's just a matter of getting it staffed up. I think it's also important to remember that some of the culture and the policies that we were fighting, Councillor Sachs or Commissioner Sachs knows this very well. We were dealing with the shelter bus when we first started. The shelter bus, which was actually a bus of TTC that picked up homeless people and kept them overnight, and it created all sorts of problems. And that's something that we had to fight for. And, thankfully that program has ended. We also made sure the crash gates were closed, and that's had a dramatic effect on making sure that people couldn't enter the stations without paying. We've also seen the city has been doing its role as well. They've expanded neighborhood community officers to stations. They've expanded 211, the crisis support, to the TTC. We have the pilot now at the Bloor-Young, Spadina, and Union for 24/7 mobile crisis support workers. We have the MDOT teams. We have the Streets to Homes team. So the city has done a lot, but there's more to do. We had a good conversation on that. We heard about, getting special constables emergency vehicle status. We heard about, really making sure and reassessing how we deploy our provincial offense officers, looking at closing some of the porousness in the system to prevent people from coming into it who shouldn't be there. So I think we are all in alignment and all on the same page. And with that, I will just take the amendment and the report, and I'll just move the item as a whole. All those in favor? Thank you. Next, we're going to go to Bill 98. Yes. We have two more items. Bill 98, I don't think we're going to get to the fee for presentation.
Well, I have to go, but the answer to all of your questions is if you want to solve
Sorry.
problems, you change the culture.
Sorry. Thank you. Thank you, Gabriel. So why don't we do the Bill 98 first, because we have two speakers on that. Andrew Pulsifer, do you want to come through? And then Marvin, we'll get him online. And then if it's okay. Thank you, Gabriel.
Thank you for your attention.
Andrew, if you could try to keep it short. Yeah. Sorry to rush you. I know you've been patient.
It has been a long day. Thanks for hearing me out, everybody. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Andrew Pulsifer. I'm the executive director of TTC Riders, a membership-based transit advocacy organization. We talked about a lot of very important issues today, from streetcar speeds to public safety. I do think that Bill 98 might be one of the most important or consequential ones that we speak about. It's fundamentally, it is existential to the existence of the TTC. Our members are united in opposition to Bill 98. In fact, we're quite terrified of the implications if it passes. It's an affront not only to transit riders across the city who advocated for a fare freeze and fare capping in the last budget that you, to your credit, supported and voted for. It's inevitably, I will say, an attack on all of you, if I may say through the chair. Like it's an attack on your ability to make fundamental changes to the city and run the TTC. You know, we're kind of getting numb to this constant democratic erosion that the premier is taking on. But if this bill passes, this board risks going the way of the school boards. And that's terrifying, you know, stripped of real authority, reduced to something symbolic while decisions are being made elsewhere. Now, you know, I'm a transit advocate. Sometimes we disagree on things. I've sat here before criticizing some decisions that this group has made or is not making. That's part of a healthy functioning system, but I do believe, and that on this we are united. That's why I'm very pleased to see this motion come forward. It matters that you're standing up to the province. It matters that you're drawing a line and saying that the governance of the TTC should remain in the hands of those who are accountable to the people who ride it every day. But what comes next? So we're going to work to stop this. We're going to be out in communities talking to residents, making it clear what's at stake. People need to know that this is about their transit system, that this is about whether decisions are made in Toronto or imposed from Queen's Park. This is about whether fares stay affordable, whether services improve, whether workers are respected. We intend to let everyone know that Doug Ford is coming for their transit system, that Bill 98 will make things worse for transit workers, for transit riders, and for everyone who depends on the TTC. So I stand with you. I really do. And of course, if this does move forward, we'll fight for concessions, for consultations, for any protections that we can get. But the goal has to be to stop this. The goal has to be rescind the bill. And that's what I will be working towards. And I hope you'll join me in that. I hope that this motion goes to City Council for full endorsement from all councillors. So thank you for your time today. Please support everything in this motion. TTC riders are right there with you as allies in this fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Does anybody have any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next we have Marvin. Marvin, feel free. You're on mute, Marvin.
Thank you. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. I know it's been a long day, and thank Andrew from TTC Riders for mentioning a couple things. I'll try to be brief. It's very important, I think, to recognize as well, and I'll reinforce the point that this kind of bill is actually taking away the authority and autonomy of this board that I'm before. That the people here elected in order to represent the interests of Toronto residents are going to have that undermined and be going to the province. So we're here in this fight in order to try to protect those interests. So again, my name is Marvin Alfred. I'm president of AT Local 13, which represents the workers who operate and maintain the TTC. I'm here to speak in support of item 14.18, the proposed response to Bill 98, currently being considered by the Ontario Legislature. I'm also going to raise some of the challenges of regional integration and suggest more ways to protect TTC and service to riders. Local 113 members support anything that makes it easier for riders to move freely around the GTA. On public transit, that is not what Bill 98 is. The City of Toronto Act already allows TTC to invite outside operators onto its routes, and the One Fare program removes any penalty for riding on two systems. What this bill does is give the Minister of Transportation total control over transit fares and service levels. Worse, it gives the power to share TTC fare revenue with other transit operators and effectively ends democratic oversight of public transit in Toronto. TTC, Metrolinx, and the province have been working on regional fare and service integration for a long time. In 2022, they gained the authority to implement pilot projects on a handful of cross-boundary routes. We are curious to know what happened to them because there are serious operational issues that need to be addressed. For example, the use of the One Fare program riders have to tap their Presto card every time they transfer and when they exit at their destination. To make this work, we would need to end free movement in fare paid zones. It also opens the door to fare by distance and separating and selling off parts of the network. The TTC has claimed they can save money by redeploying buses from routes operated by 905 agencies. This means that service levels will be managed by 905 operators whose buses can and do arrive in Toronto already filled, potentially with no room for Toronto riders to board. What this will mean for riders on Burnhamthorpe, Bloor, Dundas, what about Don Mills, Victoria Park, Warden, Birchmount, McCowan, Ellesmere, Shepherd? Under the proposal, all these routes could be handed out to outside operators all the way from the city limits to the subway. All this is just to cross-boundary issues. Bill 98 takes over all service, fare, and revenue anywhere that Doug Ford wants. The people that brought us massive cost overruns, delays, and litigation on transit expansion, that make all the decisions based on politics and not planning, now they want to take over transit operations. There are three basic things the TTC Board can do on top of what is being proposed in the motion. Number one, make it clear that Toronto will protect a single integrated, fair, and barrier-free movement within the TTC. Two, ask the legislature to amend the legislation to promote the province's new powers to only cross-boundary routes. Fair revenue from within Toronto should stay in the TTC. And number three, do the work to develop a plan that is transparent and that actually works. Local 113 has put forward solutions that work for riders as well as our collective bargaining rights. I would be happy to discuss them with you later. To close, this bill proposed an existential risk to the TTC. When he first was elected, Doug Ford tried to upload the subway. He failed because the TTC is an integrated network, no one part to be separated from the other. This bill would effectively disintegrate the TTC. Worse, it eliminates democratic oversight of the TTC and takes away control from all fare revenue. I'm afraid it will do to the TTC what Ford did to the Science Center, Ontario Place, and the school boards. We need your help to fix it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Are there any questions of staff? Commissioner Matlow?
Yes, I sent some questions to Mr. Lally a couple days ago, but I'll just reiterate them because I think that they're pertinent to what we're discussing today. Based on your reading of the bill, will the TTC retain any authority to set its own fare rates and service levels? Thank you.
The bill as it stands has the ability to override, has the potential to override. Now, the whole purpose of the consultation is to understand what the province are, how they're going to manage this or look at this based upon Bill 98. So I cannot give you a definitive yes or no because we haven't had that consultation, but the bill legislatively does give them the power to
complete override ability.
And I'm not a lawyer, by the way, so I would refer to Michael to substantiate that.
Yeah, so I agree with that. The bill is enabling, so the bill itself doesn't provide that power, but the regulations, if it's passed, the regulations that the bill enables could very easily override service levels and fares.
And have we received, I know the narrative is around sort of, the wonderful concept of seamless fare integration between systems, but have we received any assurances from the province that our service levels will either be maintained or increased? Or could we all go to a lowest common denominator?
So through the chair, there's been no specific proposal that would indicate that. I think the point here is that the bill is permissive in that it would give the authority to the minister, if they moved a regulation, to set what the service level could be on a route or the fare structure. But what we have heard very clearly from the officials at the ministry is that they have a strong intention to consult and that this is about improvements on cross boundaries. So it's the difference between the legislation's very broad and permissive, and we just need clarity on how they intend to use it.
I was about to ask, has the province provided any assurances that any profit-sharing agreements with other transit agencies will not impact the TTC's ability to make planned investments? But am I hearing correctly that we've received no clarity or assurances at all whatsoever, have we?
So through the chair, the main objectives that have been identified on this are to look at cross-boundary pilots, looking at a unified booking system for specialized transit, and to look at fare structure. There's been no contemplation of how this will be paid for at this point in time, and that's one of the major questions that we have put to the province, is to be clear one fare program is excellent because the province has put 100% subsidy against it. So that'll be a major discussion.
Were there any, before this was announced, were there any conversations between the Ford government and either the Mayor of Toronto or the CEO of the TTC? Any direct conversations, consultation, or did we just learn about this once it was announced?
So through the chair, I cannot speak to consultation that happened outside of the TTC. What I can tell you is that we did have a phone conversation with MTO officials the day that it was introduced.
The day that it was introduced.
However, there has been, I will say, quite a bit of follow-up from MTO over the last couple of days, and including we have been invited to consultation meetings starting as early as next week.
Do we understand yet, if we're not able to set our own fares, how are we able to effectively manage our budget? How are we able to do long-term forecasts? How are we able to put together, whether it be operational or even implement our capital plan? Is there any concern on your part that that could be all taken away from us?
So through the chair, at this point, there hasn't been any indication of a scope of proposal for a reg that would be that broad. The point is that the bill has enough permissive powers in it that if a reg was introduced, in theory, anytime you address service standards or fare policy, of course, it could have implications on our long-term planning. But I don't want us to get ahead of ourselves in that. They haven't put a proposal on the table that would suggest it is that broad at this point.
So we don't know to what extent this is going. But effectively, I mean, the school boards, Andrew Pulsifer referred to the school boards being put under supervision. Certainly the City of Toronto itself has seen incremental changes to its powers, in other words, removal of its powers on a number of fronts by the provincial government, whether it be transportation, planning, beyond. Isn't this effectively the province removing our ability to run our own system and incrementally, if not, well, we'll see how far it goes, but making a move to effectively supervise the TTC?
Last question.
So through the chair,
is that a possibility?
There's enough broad power within the bill that the regulations could be dropped for a whole set of different scenarios. But there's been no indication at this point in time that that's the objective.
But that's what that bill allows, though. That bill allows them to effectively take over running the TTC.
The bill gives permission to provide directive around fare policy and service policy specifically, and around the use of specific technologies. There's not enough information to really ascertain how far that could go. Again, we don't have an actual regulation to respond to on the registry or a proposal to respond to in detail.
Thank you.
Any further questions? So if you're going to ask questions on this, we're not doing the FIFA presentation.
I'm fine.
Sorry, Josh.
I'm fine with that. I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Well, I just want one. If they say that their intent is only to deal with cross-border kinds of issues, then why not scope the legislation, the enabling legislation, to what the specifics of what they are trying to achieve?
Exactly.
Is that a question through the chair?
Well, then maybe it's a question to the lawyer. Could you, to our lawyer, could you not see a legislation that is much more scoped?
Could you not hope for one?
You could do lots of different things with the enabling legislation. So again, this enables the province to pass regulations to govern certain aspects of transit. The power lies within those regulations. So
And
yes,
it could be, today it could be this, tomorrow it could be that.
that is correct.
Okay, that's it.
Thank you. Any other questions on this? No? Okay. 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 Just A few quick questions from me. Yes or no, did the province give any heads up that this was coming?
Through the chair, the TTC was not involved in any direct engagement prior to the bill being introduced. However, I did receive a phone call from officials the day that it was, and we have had regular dialogue since. And I've heard very strong commitment from them and understanding that there's a lot of complexity here and a lot of interest and that we need to be at the table.
So that's a no.
Yes, on the day of.
Yes, yeah, so that was a no. Do you know if the province has done any consultation with anyone, with any other transit agency, because this is province-wide, regarding these regulations?
So through the chair, I understand that there probably has been some reach out, but I couldn't speak to the details of that at this point.
Thank you. Do you agree that under this legislation, if the province wanted to, they could charge separate fares for buses, streetcars, and subways like other systems do?
Through the chair, it is a possibility in a scenario so that they could implement different types of fare structures. So that may be one scenario, that we have not heard that.
Do you agree that the province under these regulations could pass legislation saying that you now have to pay by distance, so that people going from Scarborough to Etobicoke have to pay a higher rate than people just traveling within the downtown?
So through the chair, the legislation is broad in that it allows it to set all different types of scenario on fare structure, policy, discount transfer. It's pretty clear the way the legislation is written. So all of those types of scenarios are a possibility. However, would repeat that that has not been tabled to us yet.
Do you agree that under this legislation, the province could say you have to take Presto no matter what the cost and no matter what the service they're offering, which would have major financial ramifications to the TTC?
Through the chair, that is exactly what the legislation currently indicates.
Correct. Do you also agree that under the legislation, the province could say that we have to provide door-to-door paratransit service throughout the GTA? And as we know, paratransit is the most expensive ride that we have without any compensation.
So through the chair, yes, the legislation does give ability for them to prescribe that. And there isn't any discussion in the legislation about how it paid for at this point.
Do you agree that under the legislation, it would effectively be Doug Ford setting TTC policy, and the board would be here as a performative board, much like the trustees were reduced to under the previous administration of conservative rule in this province? Okay, well, I think we got where I was going on this. Anyways, we'll go to speaking. Councillor Matlow, Commissioner Matlow?
I assume you'll move the.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I clearly we are in agreement that this bill is a direct threat to local transit authorities' ability to effectively manage, set fares, and maintain or raise service standards for the residents of their communities. Yes, working cooperatively and in partnership with neighboring municipal transit authorities as well. And once we lose control of being able to set fares, it means that we lose control of our budget. And once we lose control of our budget, we lose control of our service standards. And once we lose control of our service standards, we've lost control of everything we've been debating this entire meeting since 9:30 this morning. So yeah, why are we concerned that this is the path that we're going in? Because look at the track record of the Doug Ford government. He chopped Toronto City Council in half. He removed many of the powers of the boards at the conservation authorities. He's been ripping apart the elected school boards, now chopping the Toronto School Board in half, and removing their ability to actually manage even the small amount of the budget that was left to them, even though the vast majority was already sweated years ago by the Harris government. And now they're coming after our transit systems. They are effectively putting the TTC under supervision. That's what the Doug Ford government is doing. And we also don't know if Toronto is going to be used as a cash cow to support other systems that might be underachieving. They can do whatever they want with us. Doug Ford could rename Toronto Ford Nation tomorrow legally, and there's nothing we could do about it. And I caution anyone telling him that, because he will do it if he hears about that idea. But that's what we're dealing with. And, you know, what is he doing with all of this? Like, where's this all going? Have things improved at the school board? You know, for a fraction of what they were paying the trustees, he's now paying these huge salaries to the supervisors. Have things gotten better? Has education improved? What about the regional conservation authorities? Are we doing better for the environment? No. Doug Ford is actually removing even basic environmental assessments from his special economic zones. He doesn't care about the environment. He wants to get rid of accountability. He wants to get rid of local voices. Housing, sure. Oh yeah, one day he's like all supportive of housing, but if the housing might get in the way of jets, he doesn't want it anymore. Like, he's breaking this province. One step at a time. Doug Ford is breaking Ontario. And I'm really concerned that he's about to break this transit system. You know what he should be doing? He should be dedicating predictable, sustainable funding for our capital needs, our state of good repair, and bringing the province back to the table as a partner for operations, operating funding. I want to see a provincial sticker back on the subway the way it used to be many years ago. If Doug Ford really wanted to fix transit, he'd be bringing the different transit commissions together, working together as partners, equal partners with a seamless approach, while still respecting the local autonomy to make decisions about local contextual needs. How did it work out with Metrolinx, building the Eglinton line? How did it work out when you have these unaccountable boards that nobody knows how to reach them or contact them? The beauty of this board, and Andrew Pulsiver said it very well, whether a resident is here upset at us and wants to challenge us or is delighted with something we've done, they can come to a locally accountable body that is far more sensitive and agile and willing to be accountable and work with them to make improvements. That's going to be gone soon. And it saddens me, it disappoints me, but ultimately I'm very proud that I'm sitting on a board full of members who I believe will unanimously challenge this government. And I appreciate staff's efforts to work with us to that end. And ultimately, let's take a stand. TTC riders, other citizens, let's rally the troops. Let's fight Doug Ford, stand up for our democracy, and stand up for our transit.
There you go. I don't think do you want to say something? You don't want to follow that act.
I think he nailed it. I just want to say echo, echo, echo.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I think Commissioner Matlow said what we were all thinking. And if it's okay, we can just go straight to the vote, and I will ask for a recorded vote.
Commissioner Sachs. Yes.
Recorded vote on the item. Commissioner Sachs.
In favor?
Commissioner Jagdeo.
In favor.
Commissioner Kim.
Favor.
Commissioner Malik,
In favor?
Commissioner Matlow,
In favor.
Vice Chair Mahavik, Chair Myers.
In favor.
The item carries unanimously.
Thank you. I think we'll have to unfortunately not get to the presentation. I know you were up
I
all
can offer
night.
in the hallway or
Yes,
cafeteria
if anybody would like a briefing on FIFA, please go speak to Josh, and I'll move a motion to adjourn. Good work, everyone, today. Thank you. All those in favor? Carried. We are adjourned.